Chapter 3655. The center of 100 Herb region was covered by a sourcebox array, so outsiders could not see it clearly. When Ruguo arrived, he waved his hand and the sourcebox array was destroyed. There was nothing left. Boundless was gone. Where's Boundless? The Eternal arched an eyebrow. It seems like he ran away a long time ago. Ruguo's face sank and he immediately contacted Elder Yu to have Wisdom Sky region investigate Boundless' whereabouts. Not long after, he put down the Spirit Cloud Stone. Boundless went to the Arc region. The Eternal frowned. The Arc region? That's not good. Right now, the spiritualized universe's most important task is to go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. After all, Xianxia wants to destroy the consciousness universe in one fell swoop and restart it. All 6 spacetime battleships have been mobilized and Boundless is the 7th. That's a place that the spiritualized universe wants to protect. Ruguo's gaze turned cold. I don't care about that anymore. No one can stop me. He then headed for the Arc region. The Eternal calmly followed. The Arc region could not stop Ruguo. Boundless would have to mobilize its own experts, or it would depend on Lu Sangtian's methods. In the Arc region, Boundless' arrival caused a commotion. Boundless was enormous, and it did not lose out to the spiritualized universe's 6 spacetime battleships. When Zhou Xian saw Boundless, his eyes burned with passion. An unfamiliar spacetime battleship was enough to pique his interest. The Tianyuan universe was different from the spiritualized universe. The Tianyuan universe should have never thought of going to another universe, so why had it built such a huge battleship? The materials were comparable to spacetime battleships, so the price had to be high. He could not figure out what the Tianyuan universe's goal was. Or had the Tianyuan universe already known about the existence of the 3 universes and predicted this day? To the spiritualized universe, spacetime battleships were strategic, but to the Tianyuan universe, Boundless represented a legacy. Without Boundless, they would have lost not only an era, but also their legacy and human will. Some of the 6 spacetime battleships were older than Boundless, and they were comparable to Burial Garden. However, in everyone's eyes, Boundless seemed to be the oldest. Zhou Xian boarded Boundless and looked at it as if it were a treasure. He touched it here and there, and sometimes he even lay down on the ground, not caring about his image. The people on Boundless did not stop him and allowed him to look around. Different. The material is different. Is this material from the Tianyuan universe? It's too perfect. This battleship has been through so many battles. It's made from the best materials in the universe. If our battleship had been through such battles, it would have been destroyed long ago. It's too perfect. Ship Rudder seemed to be possessed by the devil. He was obsessed with the boundless void. Chewie was puzzled. The spiritualized universe has 6 spacetime battleships. In this aspect, their technology far surpasses our Tianyuan universes. But from what you're saying, the quality of your battleship is inferior to Wujiang's. Zhou Xian muttered, of course not. The first in the spiritualized universe is the foundation of the sequence, and the second is the battleship. In addition, all sides are competing for resources and materials. Otherwise, there would be more than 6 spacetime class battleships. I am confident that I can gather all the materials in the spiritualized universe to create a battleship that surpasses the quality of the boundless universe and become the strongest ship in history. However, he sighed and touched Wujiang with a complicated gaze. It will never be possible. After saying that, he looked at Chuyi and the others. Wujiang really needs to be repaired. Otherwise, it won't last for many years. The crazy principal walked out and bowed to Zhou Xian. I thank you on behalf of Wujiang. Zhou Xian waved his hand. No matter what our standpoints are, this is the ship region. The battleship should be repaired here. However, everyone looked at him and knew that it would not be so easy. Why would the spiritualized universe help Wujiang? There are too few materials. Zhou Xian was in a difficult position. The moment he saw Wujiang, he did not know why, but he put aside his dissatisfaction, prejudice and hostility. He only wanted to repair the battleship. However, he did not have the strength to do so. To repair such a battleship, not to mention the time, the materials are completely insufficient. There are many materials in the Tianyuan universe that can be replaced here, but there are very few materials that are qualified to repair Wujiang. Most of them have to be sent to the Door of Arts. I only have a small portion here. I also need to complete the mission given by Sky Beyond Sky. The crazy principal asked, are you lacking a lot of materials? Zhou Rui nodded. Very much. Make a list. Chu Yi said. Zhou Rui shook his head. There is no point in giving you a list. Even if there are materials, they will be in sky beyond sky. They will not be leaked. Su Wangtian rolled his eyes. Are you overestimating the quality of your spiritualized universe or underestimating human nature? Toad, what do you think? Star Toad shouted, Don't call me Toad. You admitted it yourself. Su Wangtian said. Star Toad wanted to kick this guy to death. Desolate God said seriously, Make a list. We will find it. First, send the list to the Grand Domain. You want to buy it? Zhou Rui was surprised. Desolate God raised his head. Snatch it. Zhou Rui was stunned. So straightforward. Old Tao quickly stopped them. Everyone, don't be anxious. There's no need to snatch it. With Wu Zhang's relationship with the Grand Domain, they will be happy to send it over. Don't worry, don't worry. Lu Tianyi sighed. You are right. Yishang is in Little Seven's hands. Desolate God nodded. Send the list to the Grand Domain and the 36 domains. Someone will send it over. Why don't you send a gift to Grandmaster Beyond Heaven as well? I think he's quite helpful, Mu Zhu interjected. On the bow of Wu Jiang, Yushan is speechless. Sky beyond sky? You don't understand Master's temper. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle grinned. If you don't want to give it, then take it. It is not difficult for us to gather resources. Zhou Rui understood. This was Wu Zhang's way of doing things. They even dared to target sky beyond sky. Hence, Lu Sangtian was not the only one who was arrogant. The entire Wu Jiang was arrogant. He suddenly felt that Wu Jiang was too humble in the past. They were a bunch of bandits. The crazy dean was very polite to Zhou Rui. Please repair the existing materials first. The rest will be sent over quickly. We promise. Zhou Rui nodded. Okay, don't worry. He did not care what Wu Jiang did. Since Sky Beyond Sky did not appear, they had to listen to Wu Jiang. Zhou Rui brought a group of cultivators to Wu Jiang and began to plan how to repair it. Outside Zhou Rui, Eternity arrived. His aura suppressed Zhou Rui and attacked Wu Jiang. The sky turned dark. Zhou Rui was shocked. Enemy attack. Above Wu Jiang, the ancestor walked out and looked at the stars. They were here. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle swung his golden staff and rushed out excitedly. Finally, he was here. Eternity descended upon Zhou Rui and met him with a staff strike. What was this? Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle viciously smashed his staff down. Eternity had been waiting for this moment. Eternity dodged Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's staff strike. Behind him, the void split open and the desolate god reached out with a claw. On the other side, the star toad stabbed out with its trident. 3 experts surrounded Eternity. If Zhou Rui was not mistaken, Wu Jiang had other experts besides Lu Yin. Eternity was not a secret, and the battle between the desolate god and the star toad had left a deep impression. However, Zhou Rui was not Wu Huang and there was no need for him to fight to the death. Eternity's body flickered and disappeared. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle, the star toad, and the desolate god turned around uncontrollably. Their backs were hit hard and they crashed into Zhou Rui, shattering the ground. Above Wu Jiang, Chu Yi, Lu Tianyi and the others' expressions changed. The progenitor frowned. What was this? Outside Zhou Rui, Eternity's brows rose. This was not simple. It was not without reason that this person could temporarily replace Eternity as the god of defense. His cultivation was close to the peak of Ku Air, and his strength was even more shocking. It was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Such a powerhouse had actually been beaten out of God's defense mountain by Yuya. Haiyan Zhou Rui looked at Wu Jiang and leaped out. Bring Wu Jiang to tomorrow's beast palm. That Lu Yin had to go. At this time, the 3 experts who had been knocked down appeared again, blocking Wu Jiang's path. The star toad grimaced. What was this? Why did it have to go up every time there was an expert? This guy's attacks were too strange. It was not his match. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle stared at Zhou Rui in shock. He had not been able to react at all. The desolate god returned to his great desolate sky beast form and growled as he stared at Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui frowned. He was actually fine. That astral beast had been able to fight Wu Huang for so long, so it was reasonable that he was fine. How could this toad's defense be so strong? And that guy's battle intent was shocking. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle charged forward. The desolate god rushed out at the same time. The star toad did not move. You guys go. I'll block them outside. No one paid any attention to him. Everyone looked towards the sky. Soon after, two figures smashed down again. They were easily beaten down as if they had no power to resist. However, immediately after, the desolate god and heavenly lord Victor rushed out again. One relied on the great desolate sky beast's soft defense to resist Wu Huang's strength, while the other relied on victorious battle. Even Zhou Rui would find it difficult to defeat them easily. However, they could only be beaten up by Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui attacked again and again. The desolate god coughed up blood. Half of Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's body was crushed. The progenitor looked up at the sky. This person was an expert on the same level as Xianxia. Even if he was far from Xianxia's level, he had reached the level of Wu Huang, who had used the Sealing the Heavens sequence's foundation. He was stronger than an ordinary Xianxia. Meanwhile, the desolate god and heavenly lord Victorious Battle could at most fight an ordinary Xianxia. It was impossible for them to defeat this person. Zhou Rui attacked again and again. Zhou Rui's expression was gloomy as he watched the two reappear. The Ru family could not delay any longer. There were still experts above Wu Huang. These two were just pawns. Thinking of this, his aura changed again. An indescribable feeling of horror spread out. This feeling was eternal and solemn. The Count of Wind had also given him this feeling. This was the power of the Nine Heavens universe. The progenitor walked out. This person was going to be serious. At this moment, not far from Wu Huang, a sword slashed toward Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui waved his hand. The sword edges brushed past his body. None of them could touch him. That was the ancient sword. Su Shidao had come. Su Shidao walked out of the void and looked at Zhou Rui with a serious expression. He had not held back just now. The strength of the master of Imperial God Mountain was beyond imagination. This kind of person had never fought in the spiritualized universe, nor had he achieved the position of Xianxia. What was going on with Imperial God Mountain? Chapter 3656. Ruguo, why did you attack the ship region? Su Shidao asked. Ruguo looked at the Su Shidao and said, it has nothing to do with you. The Su Shidao shouted, the ship region is maintaining the ship for the universe of consciousness. Why did you attack? Do you want to destroy the ship and make it difficult for the spiritualized universe to reach the universe of consciousness? He's a spy from the universe of consciousness. The star toad shouted. It looked at the miserable state of the desolate god and victorious celestial. His heart trembled. Fortunately, it did not attack. Otherwise, it would be unlucky. Ruguo looked at Wu Jiang and said, I want to take Wu Jiang away. Ridiculous. Wu Jiang is the seventh ship for the universe of consciousness. How can you take it away? The Su Shidao retorted and threatened Ruguo. I've already reported this to the sky beyond sky. Let's see how you explain this to Xianxia. Ruguo's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at the eternity and said, attack. I can't do anything. The eternity replied. Ruguo looked at the eternity and said, don't forget what you promised. The eternity was helpless. Don't you feel like you're being watched? Ruguo was confused. Who? Xianxia. Xianxia? He's here? Ruguo was surprised. The eternity looked serious. I can't move. If I move, Xianxia will attack. He's watching me. Ruguo did not believe him. Xianxia won't interfere. The eternity laughed. Xianxia has been tracking me and is ready to kill me. Don't you know? Of course Ruguo knew about this. However, they joined forces because of Yuya. Yuya promised that Xianxia would not interfere. He looked at the eternity and could not tell if he was telling the truth. It was normal for Xianxia not to interfere. However, it was not impossible for him to interfere. Xianxia did not care about how he dealt with Lu Yin. However, the eternity was someone Xianxia wanted to deal with. Ruguo looked at Wu Jiang again. Now that the eternity was not going to attack Wu Jiang's masters and the Su Shidao might be other spiritualized universe masters. It was impossible for him to take Wu Jiang. Helpless, Ruguo could only retreat. Wu Jiang was prepared. This was Yu Ye's problem and had nothing to do with him. The Eternal looked at Boundless, then exchanged a glance with the primogenitor. Smiling, he turned and left. Beside the primogenitor, Chu Yi lamented, it would be great if we could finish off eternity here. We would be able to completely end our hatred for the Tianyuan cosmos. The primogenitor shook his head. It's not time yet. Moreover, they couldn't stay in eternity. We failed again. Wu Jiang went to the boat region and the plain master Dao rushed over. Even if we tried, it would be useless. Eternity said that Yu Tian is watching us, so we can't do anything. This was Yu Ye's voice. Another voice sounded. Yu Tian intervened? That's what Eternity said. Ever since Eternity came to the spiritualized universe, Yu Tian has been trying to find him. For this reason, Yu Tian has attacked Eternity several times. Yu Tian's attack on Eternity originally had nothing to do with me, but he chose to attack it this time. After 2 fruitless attempts, Wu Jiang went to the boat region. Lu Tian seems to have noticed something. It's unlikely that you'll use someone else to lure him out. No, Rugua's attack can be seen as revenge for Ru Mu. After all, Ru Mu almost died in Wu Jiang's hands. Wu Huang probably didn't know the reason. After a pause, Yu Ye's voice sounded again. The most despicable person is Yu Tian. I really want to kill that piece of trash. Ru Mu's defeat has already made the 9 Clouds universe unhappy. If he hadn't stayed in the spiritualized universe, we would have attacked long ago. He doesn't even go to the godly mountain. Another voice sounded. Compared to him, Elder Xianxia is a bit stupid, but at least he won't cause us trouble. I want to try again. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the spiritualized universe and kill Yu Tian personally. You want to go to the spiritualized universe personally? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the god of defense? I destroyed the Ru family. That's right. The Ru family was protected by the god of defense. You even attacked. Going to the spiritualized universe won't be too serious. However, it's not time yet. Have you thought of asking Yu Tian to help you? Yu Tian? He'll help me. I have to. The coincidence in Wei territory can happen once or many times. Xingfan, do you know what you're doing? The consequences of this are more serious than the destruction of the Ru family. Hey, you dare to destroy the Ru family and go to the spiritualized universe. Why wouldn't I dare? But only one of us can succeed. Then I'll protect the other one. Yu was silent for a moment. It's not safe. Yuya, why do you think I'm helping you? You get what you want. I want what I want more. But it's too big of a commotion. Don't forget that Yu Tian is not the only spiritualized universe. Xingfan didn't answer. After a while, Yuya continued, destroy a few territories first and explore the spiritualized universe. I only want 2 results. Either I don't get it or I get it. You're getting what you want. In terms of results, you're much better than me. There's no need to take too much risk. There were 2 strokes at the end of the word spirit. One was from Wei territory and the other was from Qing territory. On this day, a disaster occurred in Qing territory. Cultivators fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Some cultivators above the city flew over and landed. Cultivators from the mountains and rivers fought and died at the same time. Young people who had just left their families and embarked on their journey landed on the ground. There were all kinds of situations. Spiritual seeds flew out of Qing territory and flew toward the stars. They gradually disappeared like dandelion seeds floating in the wind. Only ordinary people were left in Qing territory. They stared blankly at the cultivators who were once high and mighty. They died without end. Not a single cultivator escaped. In the sky beyond Celestial Palace, Yu Tian's expression changed. He took a step forward and walked into the starry sky. His gaze was terrifyingly gloomy. When he arrived at Qing territory, it was dead silent. Only cries of despair could be heard. There was no sign of life. He looked up. Yuya Xingfan, come out. There was no response. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked in another direction. Not good. Another region was dead silent. Yu Tian saw countless spiritual seeds fly into the sky. The word spirit flashed. He clenched his fists. Xingfan, you're courting death. Even if you're a god of defense, you can't go against the order of defense. The spiritualized universe can't move. No one answered him. The 3rd region was dead silent. Yu Tian chased after them. Do you really want to fight to the death? Don't forget about the Supreme Pole. Many people said that the Supreme Pole was something that Yu Tian had made up. He used it to dominate the spiritualized universe, but it was actually a threat to the 9 heavens universe. This was because the Supreme Pole was the eternal realm. A spiritualized universe with an eternal realm cultivator was qualified to fulfill a certain condition for the Nine Heavens universe. Yuya and Xingfan were also worried about the supreme pull. No one answered him. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. What do you want? Yuya wanted it. He wanted to threaten Xianxia to help him bring Lu Yin to the Tomorrow Beast's palm. However, he couldn't directly descend into the spiritualized universe. He could only rely on someone else to convey the message. However, that person was blocked by Xingfan. Xingfan wanted to destroy one region after another to achieve his goal. Only 3 regions were not enough, far from enough. He wanted more than half. However, before the 4th region was destroyed, a figure crashed to the ground. Xianxia looked over and saw that it was the man who had spoken on behalf of Yuya. This person had appeared when the Wei territory was destroyed and had gone to find the Eternal Realm. Now he had fallen here. That person was already dead. Xianxia was bewildered. He looked into the distance and saw a figure slowly walking over. It wasn't fast, but the moment this person appeared, the world froze. Even the spirit seed that was flying towards the starry sky stopped. The bamboo basket made sparse sounds. The person who had come looked old. His eyes were cloudy and he had a complicated expression. I haven't appeared for so long. Have you forgotten about me? Above the starry sky, the word spirit shone. Xingfan was restless. The person who had come was Master Qingchao. Xianxia looked at Master Qingchao walking over slowly. He took a deep breath and bowed. He didn't say anything. Master Qingchao looked up at the starry sky. Do you really want to destroy my 36 regions? No one answered him. Master Qingchao continued, then you can continue. I won't stop you. Although I might not be able to kill a superior deity, it won't be difficult to kill 2 inferior deities. Moreover, they are inferior deities who have made mistakes. Immortal life. Living for too long is also a sin. I also want to give myself a perfect ending. Humans, when they cultivate, they forget about their relationships. But when they reach the end of their cultivation, they miss their days as ordinary people. I've been waiting for that day for far too long. Why don't you all accompany me on this last trip? The word spirit dimmed and everything disappeared. However, the land of this region couldn't be restored. Xingfan ran away. He didn't know if Master Qingchao was telling the truth. He didn't dare to take the risk. He hadn't reached immortal life yet and couldn't guess the thoughts of an immortal. It was just like how he couldn't guess the thoughts of a superior deity. The destruction of the 3 regions was a huge matter for the spiritualized universe, but Xianxia could suppress it. He bowed to Master Qingchao again. I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Master Qingchao was helpless. Once that position is empty, no one can resist the temptation. It's normal. Xianxia looked at Master Qingchao. Will they attack again? Definitely. Master Greengrass looked at Xianxia. Immortality is the greatest obsession in the cultivation world. Ordinary people see themselves as humans, but cultivators see themselves as no longer humans. Therefore, they have to find their true selves through cultivation. They have to dispel the clouds and see the truth. This truth might not be satisfying, but before they see it clearly, no one will give up. Moshang, will you give up? Xianxia didn't hesitate. No. Master Qingchao smiled. Madness can make people forget their fear. It won't be long before this happens again. I can't do anything about it. Xianxia's face turned gloomy. There were immortal life realms in the spiritualized universe, but compared to the 9 Clouds universe's superior deities, there were too few of them. This caused the spiritualized universe to be passive. The upper limit of the spiritualized universe and the 9 Clouds universe was fixed from the beginning. They wanted to break through to immortality, but it depended on the wishes of the 9 Clouds universe. The spiritualized universe is getting more and more lively. Everyone is coming. It's easy to come, but it's not so easy to go back. The Tianyuan universe isn't in a good situation now, Master Qingchao muttered and disappeared. Chapter 3657. Under the starry sky of the Tianyuan universe, countless insects flew around. This was not just one parallel universe but many parallel universes. The number of insects kept increasing and gradually covered one parallel universe after another. In the origin space, the atmosphere in the sect above heaven was gloomy. People kept coming in and out. The cultivators were stained with blood and looked numb. It was completely different from when Wu Jiang left. It was as if they had returned to the days when they fought against the Eternals. In the main hall of the sect above heaven, Elder Shangu blamed himself. It's all my fault. I forgot such an important thing. The hive can not only nurture insects, but also locate coordinates. Originally, Yuleng was the only one left in the Tianyuan universe who had a hive. However, Yuleng had never been caught and had even nurtured Xian. With the appearance of Xian, the hive became clearer in the Tianyuan universe until one day, when the universe shook and many hives were scattered in the Tianyuan universe. The insect crisis erupted unstoppably. Even if the sect above heaven tried their best to destroy the hives, they could not solve the problem in a short time. There was no lack of people with dark intentions who used the hives to achieve their goals. Until now, in just a few years, the insects had spread across many parallel universes. This wave of hives developed very quickly. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely be able to see it. The others had been turned back in time and had forgotten the process of destroying the hives in 37 years, but Lu Yin remembered. The development of the hives continued to accelerate. This was unexpected. Lu Yuan said in a low voice, "It's not your fault. So what if you remember? There are always hives hiding in the dark. They must have nurtured Xian. I just don't know how strong she is." Shangu said, "Back in our universe, the hives could locate the coordinates of the universe. I always thought that it could only be located in this universe. I didn't expect it to work outside the universe. This is the power of an eternal realm expert. To an eternal realm expert, we are just mortals." The voice came from the ancient god. He had personally experienced the terror of a grass grandmaster. The terror was indescribable. He did not even need to touch to destroy him. This was the power of a god. Void Master walked out. "It's my turn. There's no other way. Since the hive crisis has erupted, we have to solve it. Otherwise we will have to escape." After saying that, he walked out of the sect above heaven. There was no need to look for insects now. There were too many of them in many parallel universes. Even the origin space. Although it was easy to eliminate the insects, the problem was that they would appear again. In the White Cloud City, Jiang Feng had entered a new state. He was moving around and accurately avoided living creatures, but he could not avoid inanimate objects. For example, tables, stools, walls, and so on. He could not avoid them, but as long as they were living creatures, he could avoid them. Lu Pian ran and the others were excited. Jiang Feng was developing in a good direction. They did not expect him to recover his cultivation. They just wanted him to be normal. This feeling was between seeing and not seeing. In the Mirage domain, Wei Nu was walking on the shore of the River of Time. She could vaguely see a small boat passing by in the distance. Zhao Ran was there. Wei Nu walked along the River of Time step by step and finally stopped at the end. This wasn't the end of the River of Time because the River of Time had no end. This was a fixed end. Mr. Mu used tracing back to the past to fix the River of Time, thus fixing the Mirage domain so that it would remain in the Heaven's origin universe forever. It sounded simple, but even the current Lu Yin couldn't do it. Time was known as a great power. Anyone who mastered the great power of time could turn something rotten into something miraculous, possessing the power to reverse everything. However, Mr. Mu was able to freeze time. Looking at the end of the long River of Time, Wei Nu is lost in thought. Only the Immortal realm can stabilize the mirage. Even the Immortal realm might not be able to do it. How strong was this old man at his peak? No one below the Immortal realm is a match for him. What a pity. After looking for a long time, Wei Nu slowly sat down and did not leave. In a parallel universe of the Heaven's origin universe, the heavenly hound waved its claws and tore the void apart, annihilating many insects. In the distance, the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu were also killing insects. No, there are too many of them. How long do we have to kill them? Why are there so many? The Forgotten Ruins deity was exhausted. Wang Xiaoyu killed the insects silently. The heavenly hound was never tired. The Forgotten Ruins deity looked around. The insects were not strong, but their numbers made one's scalp tingle. They had avoided the time reversal and knew very well that the process of the sect above Heaven's origin universe exterminating the insects was not that troublesome. Even though Lu Yin and the rest were no longer around, and the people from the Immortal realm and the spiritualized universe were no longer around, the sect above Heaven's origin universe was strong enough to exterminate the insects at the beginning. How could they develop so quickly? Stop fighting. Let's go and hide, the Forgotten Ruins deity said. Wang Xiaoyu looked at her. When the insects flood the sky, there will be nowhere to hide. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. No, we won't be leaving the heaven's origin universe for long. The sect above heaven cannot hold on. Once they are drowned by the insects, they can only escape. The spiritualized universe is the only place to go. What we should think of now is how to sneak in and escape with them. Vicky. Wang Xiaoyu retracted her gaze and looked into the distance. The endless insects were so ferocious. Where would this universe end up? What a pity. The heaven's origin universe. The Forgotten Ruins deity sighed. At the same time, in the valley of the spiritualized universe, South Roaming World, Lu Yin did not know that another 3 regions had been exterminated. If not for the appearance of Master Grass, Xianxia might have been forced to attack him. Wu Jiang entered the Arc region and returned without any results. Lu Yin was curious about what would happen to Yuya next. But that did not stop him from digging bricks. Until the 9th spirit returned. Lu Yin looked speechlessly at the 9th spirit sitting in the courtyard and drinking. Not going out. Nope. Not looking for the immortal realm? Can't find it. Look again. I'll definitely find it. As he spoke, Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone. He wanted to contact the immortal and return to the Zhikong region. Otherwise, why would the 9th spirit remain here? How was he going to dig bricks? The 9th spirit glanced at Lu Yin. This is my home. You mean to chase me away? Lu Yin waved a hand. Of course not. I'm just worried for you. I have a grudge with Count of the Fengbua. If you find him, give him 2 slaps. Thank you. The 9th spirit downed a mouthful of wine. Can't find it. Not looking. I'm tired. Lu Yin was helpless. He lay on the recliner. Hand. Qing Yun instinctively extended her hand. The 9th spirit was not surprised. If you like, I'll marry her to you. Qing Yun was shocked. She pursed her lips and looked at the 9th spirit, full of apprehension. Qing Shao hurriedly stopped her. 9th spirit, how can you let my sister marry this Wu? Lu Yin's gaze swept over. Qing Shao coughed. This Wu Zhang's 3rd elder. No, definitely not. The 9th spirit did not mind. So what? He takes advantage of your sister every day. Who else can she marry but him? Lu Sangtian, you have to take responsibility. No, Lu Yin said bluntly. Qing Yun was angry and pulled her hand back. He wanted to scold Lu Yin. Was it his turn to despise her? But thinking about it, something was wrong. Why did this scene look like she had been abandoned? She had not been abandoned. She had never wanted to marry this scoundrel. Lu Yin arched an eyebrow and looked at Qing Yun. Hand. Qing Yun huffed but did not dare to refuse. She extended her hand. Qing Shao wailed, Sister, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him. No, shut up. Qing Yun glared at Qing Shao. The 9th spirit laughed. I say, didn't you say that it would be good for your sister to marry him? Why did you change your mind? Qing Zhao's expression was ugly. I did not expect him to be so useless. Lu Yin glanced over again. Qing Shao licked his lips. Then Wu Jiang. Then Wu Jiang. Yes, very Wu Jiang. Right now, the spiritualized universe looked at Wu Jiang as a scoundrel. Lu Yin's reputation and Wu Jiang's ability to gather resources were deeply ingrained in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin did not mind. The more he scolded Wu Jiang, the more he could not do anything about it. The reality of the 9 heavens universe made his heart heavy, but it also brought about an unknown outcome. They had come to the spiritualized universe with no intention of leaving alive. What could be worse than that? If they died, the Tianyuan universe would be rebooted. At most, it would be rebooted by the 9 heavens universe. And the 9 heavens universe's lesser gods fighting for the position of greater god might bring about a turnaround. There's no point in you staying here. You know everything you need to know. You don't think that you can drag Lord Dan Hong down with you just by staying here. That's impossible, the 9th spirit said as she drank. Lu Yin was curious. What kind of person is this Lord Dan Hong behind you? The 9th spirit continued to drink. You should know the name of the god of defense. Yisang Tian Yiyet Dan Hong Xingfan Rujia. Xingfan, who told you? The 9th spirit stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. You're testing me. When the 9th spirit had come, she had told Lu Yin that Yuya was looking for him. Before that, Lu Yin had thought that Xingfan had used Wu Huang to lure him to the Tomorrow Beast's palm. It was then that he knew of Yuya's existence. And to the 9th spirit she had not mentioned Xingfan. My guess is right. You've joined forces with the Eternity. The Eternity has Count of the Wind, who knows part of the situation in the Nine Heavens universe. That's why he told you about Xingfan. Otherwise you wouldn't know this name, the Ninth Spirit said. Lu Yin did not deny it. Where is Count of the Wind? The Ninth Spirit asked. Lu Yin shrugged. I don't know. The Ninth Spirit looked at Lu Yin deeply. As long as Count of the Wind is alive, I will keep an eye on the Eternity. You can use me. Aren't you afraid that I'll ruin your plans? Lu Yin grinned at the Ninth Spirit. What plans do we have? At least the Eternity cannot lie to you, ya, the Ninth Spirit said. Lu Yin was surprised. Why would he lie to you, ya? The Ninth Spirit gulped. The Rujia was destroyed. Rugua did not come out willingly. He attacked you because of Yuya. Is that so? Don't pretend in front of me. I'm sure that you've joined forces with the Eternity, but Yuya doesn't know. He probably thinks that you guessed that Rugua attacked Wujiang because of Rumu. At this point she looked at Lu Yin. If Yuya knows that you've joined forces with the Eternity, what do you think he'll do? No theft. Spiritualized universe. He has no one else he can use. Can you stop a lesser god? Lu Yin's lips curled, his gaze deep. What if that's my goal? Chapter 3658. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the Ninth Spirit's eyes narrowed. You want to use Yuya against Xianxia? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. I did not say anything. The Ninth Spirit stared at Lu Yin. He understood. From the start he had not been afraid that his alliance with the Eternal would be exposed. He could not tell, but those in the spiritualized universe would. Because Lu Yin's arrival in the South Traversing Empire and the Eternal's appearance in the Wisdom Sky domain were too coincidental. Didi Pavilion so coincidental that he was not afraid of being exposed. Yi did not have many tricks up his sleeve in the spiritualized universe. He had lost Emperor Wu. If he could see this, he would have to act personally if he really wanted to find Lu Yin. But had Yi seen through it? Perhaps not. It was not that he was stupid, but that he was not in the spiritualized universe. There were many things he did not understand, and sometimes what he knew would deviate from the truth. Lu Yin rocked his recliner. His alliance with the Eternal was going smoothly. From the start, neither had mentioned luring Yuya over. But in the end Yuya had to come to the spiritualized universe. Otherwise who would break Xianxia's pattern? The most important thing was their own safety. Before Yuya appeared they had to avoid him. Otherwise Yuya might not attack Xianxia directly, but they could not escape. They would not underestimate the anger of a god of defense who had been tricked. The Ninth Spirit smiled bitterly and took a swig of wine. How sinister. Qing Yun and Qing Shao were stunned. Even the calm Yuan Qi was stunned. He did not understand what the Nine Heavens universe was, but he knew that Lu Yin was scheming against Xianxia. Xianxia was invincible. Could he really be tricked? His strength was enough to wipe out everything. Wisdom and strength had been in constant competition since ancient times. And now it was being played out before them. Whether it was wisdom that controlled strength or strength that ignored wisdom, Xianxia could give an answer. You're really not leaving? Lu Yin asked again. The Ninth Spirit was tired. Not leaving. He sneered. I'm guarding you. Why leave? Why don't you just get the Eternal to hand over Fengbua? Save me the trouble. Perhaps I can even help you. Like dragging Lord Dan Wu down with you? Dream on. Lu Yin's head hurt. If the Ninth Spirit did not leave, there was not much point in him remaining in the South Traversing realm. Just as she had said, he could not drag Danxiu down with him because Yi could directly contact Danxiu in the Nine Heavens universe. If he stayed here he would still have to dig up bricks. But with the Ninth Spirit here, how could he do that? She must be driven away. Anyway, he didn't want to leave. If he moved he would easily attract attention. But how could he chase the Ninth Spirit away? This was someone else's territory. That's right. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He turned to the Ninth Spirit, his smile enigmatic. The Ninth Spirit felt a strange chill. What was going on? Before long the Ninth Spirit knew where the chill was coming from. That shameless bastard had appeared. She stared blankly at the perception Immortal. You're still alive? Lu Yin had suppressed many people in hell before, and almost all of them were top powerhouses. Among them, there were even a few who were qualified to compete for Sang Tian's position. Many people had speculated whether these experts were dead or alive, but no one could give them an answer. So far, none of those who were publicly captured by Lu Yin had shown up. Not even Saint Great Lu could find any trace of them. Wu Huang had once asked. Guo Xiao and the others were still alive. Lu Yin had said they were, but no one could take them away from him. The ninth spirit had thought that the perception immortal would not appear again, but he had suddenly appeared. The perception immortal opened his arms, breathing in the free air. He opened his eyes, and for the first time his gaze was not completely focused on the ninth spirit but on the stars. He was finally free. He had come out alive. Freedom was great. He could not help but roar, not caring about his image. Qing Yun and Qing Zhao's jaws dropped. Was this still the elegant perception immortal? Although the outside world said that the perception immortal was shameless, the perception immortal always maintained his poise before the ninth spirit, never losing his composure. What had happened to him? Why was he like this? No one could understand the horrors of hell. Without experiencing it personally, it was hard to explain. After Princess Duan entered hell, she came out as Lu Yin's servant. Saint Great Lu entered hell and came out again saying anything. City Lord Feng entered hell and came out again, not even caring about death. Yu Shan would rather be taken away by Yu Sangtian and face the threat of death than enter hell again. It was the same for the perception immortal. In fact, his experiences were even more miserable than those of others. This was because he cultivated the Tao of the mortal world and had seen the ups and downs of the world. Others experienced their own lives, but he had experienced more and seen more. Countless things happened to him and he didn't even know if he had experienced them. He was already going crazy. It was a good thing that Lu Yin didn't keep them in the commander appointment platform, or else Yu Sangtian would have gone crazy. After venting for a while, the perception immortal calmed down, retracting his gaze from the universe. He looked around and found the ninth spirit. His expression changed and he gave her a fawning smile. This familiar smile sent a chill down the ninth spirit's spine. Every time the perception immortal saw her, he would smile the same way. "Audiobook, you're back." The ninth spirit's scalp prickled and she glared at Lu Yin. "Why did you let him out?" Lu Yin blinked. "He said that your love is stronger than gold. I guess I can't just stay here for nothing. I have to compensate him." The ninth spirit was furious. "Aju, I've waited so long for you. For you, I participated in the Battle of the Abyss. Look, nothing happened to those two siblings. The third elder promised me to take care of them. Don't think that old brother was captured by the third elder. Wrong. Old brother was willing to exchange for the safety of those two siblings. Aju, do you understand old brother's intentions?" Qing Yun and Qing Shao were stunned. Shameless. They had clearly been captured by force. Yuan Qi turned his head, not even wanting to look. Why would an expert who had passed bitter adversity do this? This person was said to be creating a sequence art, and was called the Four Waters Immortal. Was he worthy? The ninth spirit retreated, looking warily at the perception immortal. "So, don't come near me." The perception immortal stopped, smiling warmly. "All right. If you want me to stop, I'll stop. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. Ajio, as long as you're happy, I'll do anything." The ninth spirit gritted her teeth. "Get away from me. Never appear before me again." The perception immortal was vexed. "Why? After so many years, you still don't understand my feelings for you? You like to drink. I searched the many parallel spaces of the spiritualized universe, and even sought an audience with you, Sangtian. I took the opportunity to steal wine from the Extreme Palace, and was almost killed by you, Sangtian. I also wanted to sneak into the Wisdom Sky domain, but their numinous treasure spirit design was a little troublesome. I even went to the 10,000 Beasts border, and the Heaven's Hand headquarters nearby. If I hadn't found the entrance, I would have gone to the Divine Dominion Mountain. Every year I buy all the good wine auctioned in the spiritualized universe. Heaven and earth can attest to my feelings for you. Ajio, for you I can." Not far away, Lu Yin was stunned. The perception immortal spoke endlessly of his love for the ninth spirit. Every word came from the bottom of his heart, and even an outsider like him was touched. In the world of cultivation, it was rare to find such a persistent love. At least he had never encountered one. One had to know that both of them were experts who had passed bitter adversity. How many years had this obsession lasted? Wait, could this be the perception immortal's bitter adversity? Lu Yin looked at the perception immortal deeply. The ninth spirit's expression changed, and the wine was no longer fragrant. "Shut up. The perception immortal opened his mouth and stopped. It was very comical. The ninth spirit took a deep breath. You will do anything for me? The perception immortal promised. Anything. Good. Kill him for me. The ninth spirit pointed at Lu Yin, her voice cold. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Repaying kindness with enmity? Shameless. Qing Yun could not help but glare at Lu Yin. What did he mean by repaying kindness with enmity? Who did not know that the ninth spirit hated the perception immortal? She had even gone to the consciousness universe to fight. This guy had deliberately released the perception immortal to disgust her. The perception immortal sighed. Aju, how can you repay kindness with enmity? The third in charge is such a good person. He is selfless, generous, and dedicated. He is willing to sacrifice for everyone. He is free from vulgar interests and has a noble character and charisma. You still want to kill such a person? Even if I adore you, you can't be unreasonable. Aju apologized to the third in charge. The ninth spirit was stunned. Apologize. Qing Yun, Qing Xiao, and the others were stunned. What? Selfless? Generous? Noble character? Charisma? Was this something a human would say? Was this used to describe the third in charge? Was this not bootlicking? At this moment the perception immortal's heart was trembling. He liked the ninth spirit, or rather this was his misfortune. But he could not offend the third in charge for the ninth spirit. That was suicide. He would rather die than experience the horrors of the hell of general appointment platform again. If not for the third in charge's conditions for releasing him, even if the ninth spirit admitted to liking him, he would have run far away. Staying away from the third in charge was the right thing to do. Lu Yin smiled faintly. Kill him? Yes. The perception immortal had been released on the condition that he had to chase after the ninth spirit. He had to chase after her, watch her, and not let her go. Otherwise he would continue to stay in the hell of general appointment platform. This condition was very much in line with the perception immortal's wishes. He agreed without hesitation. The perception immortal was already afraid. Anyone who had been suppressed by the hell of general appointment platform would not be afraid. The ninth spirit did not understand what they had experienced. Aju, be good. Apologize to the third in charge. The perception immortal advised. He was sincerely afraid that the ninth spirit would also be suppressed into the hell of general appointment platform. That feeling was worse than death. The ninth spirit gritted her teeth. Die for me. Die together. Be buried in the same grave? Aju, so this is your way of expressing your love? How come I didn't realize it before? Wonderful, Aju. You have accepted my feelings. Wonderful. Here, I will recite a poem for you. I have been reciting this poem for many years. Ah, heaven and earth are boundless. I am the heart shooting towards your heart. Our hearts are linked. The ninth spirit could not take it anymore. She ran. He could not take it. The perception immortal hurried after her. Aju, don't be shy. This poem is very long. Listen to me slowly recite it for you for the rest of my life. Aju — the valley fell silent. Chapter 36:59. Lu Yin was satisfied and heaved a sigh of relief. For now the ninth spirit would not return. As long as the perception immortal did not want to be pushed into Point Commander's platform hell, he would definitely keep a close eye on her and not let her return. Finally it was quiet. Qing Yun and Qing Xiao stared blankly at the empty space. What had just happened? Yuan Qi's face was twitching and he could not react. Lu Yin ignored them and began to dig through the bricks. He could not waste time. More than a month had passed since the ninth spirit had been disgusted by the perception immortal. The ninth spirit had returned once, and Lu Yin did not know how she had gotten rid of the perception immortal. Although the perception immortal's battle power was average, at least to Lu Yin, his methods of chasing the ninth spirit were impressive. It was probably due to his many years of experience. It was not easy for the ninth spirit to get rid of him once. But once the ninth spirit returned, Lu Yin called the perception immortal back. The perception immortal wanted to leave and stay away from Lu Yin completely, but he did not dare. After asking around, he knew how terrifying Lu Yin was now. He was a strong person at the level of Xianxia. Imagine how terrifying it was to be targeted by a Xianxia. Helpless, he returned to the South Turing world. After all, he was used to chasing the ninth spirit. Not even a day had passed since the ninth spirit returned, and she was again disgusted by the perception immortal. She knew that Lu Yin had purposely lured the perception immortal here, But she had no choice. She could not win and could not reason with him. She could only run. Qing Yun and Qing Shao sympathized, but there was nothing they could do. Scoundrels were powerful. More than a month had passed. On this day Gu Yao came. "Greetings, Lu Xianxia." Lu Yin looked at Gu Yao and nodded. "Go back. I said before that without the ninth spirit's permission, I will not leave the valley, much less go to God Rain Mountain." Gu Yao smiled. "With Lu Xianxia's ability, why would you bully a little girl like me?" "What do you mean?" Lu Yin asked. Gu Yao was serious. "I do not represent God Rain Mountain, but the Moon's Edge's god of defense." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. It seemed like the Moon's Edge had no choice. Then was she prepared to lure him? Moon's Edge's god of defense? Gu Yao and Lu Yin looked at each other. Lu Sangtan does not know? Why should I? Since Lu Sangtan doesn't know, I'll tell Lu Sangtian about it. If I've said anything wrong, please correct me. Lu Yin did not refuse. The ballad slowly talked about the existence of the Nine Clouds universe, as well as the names of the 5 inferior gods. Qing Yun and Qing Shao were dumbstruck. Yuan Qi was also astonished. There was a 9 Clouds universe above the spiritualized universe? How could this be? Aren't there only 3 universes? Yuan Qi stared at Lu Yin in a daze, but the latter's expression was calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. The ballad calmly talked about the relationship between the 2 universes, and she specifically mentioned one point. The 9 heavens is above and the spirit is below. This is the relationship between the 2 universes. To ascend to the continent of the 9 clouds, one must look up to the sky, including Yu Sang Tian. The imperial god of Yuya is second only to the 4 imperial gods of the continent of the 9 clouds. Let's put down the book. So, do you understand, Lu Sang Tian? Lu Yin took a deep breath and nodded. Understood. So, you represent the Moon Edge god of defense? Yes. Why didn't you tell me before? Gu Yao smiled and said, the 9 heavens universe can't easily interfere with the spiritualization of the universe. Transforming the universe is unfair to others. Then why are you looking for me now? Lu Yin looked at her. Gu Yao's gaze was proud, because the Moon Edge god of defense can be unfair. Lu Yin looked at Gu Yao and their eyes met. Gu Yao didn't flinch. After a while Lu Yin nodded. Tell me your intention. The Moon Edge god of defense is so high and mighty. Why are you looking for me? Gu Yao's expression was solemn. Although Yu Sang Tian is the imperial god, it is a gift from the 9 clouds universe. In recent years, Yu Sang Tian has been too presumptuous, and the 9 clouds universe has been dissatisfied. Lord Yuya wants to replace the ruler of the spiritualization universe for the 9 clouds universe. Originally he had his eyes on Wu Huang, who represented the spirit molting of a beast. He was a suitable candidate. But in the battle of the source of Fu River, Wu Huang lost to Lu Sangtian. After much consideration, Lord Yuya decided to let Lu Sangtian replace Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin was surprised. Let me replace Yu Sangtian? The corner of Gu Yao's mouth curled up. Yes. Yu Sangtian agreed. It's not up to him. His identity is not up to him. As long as the 9 clouds universe is willing, it can be taken away at any time. But Yu Sangtian is very strong. I don't think I can replace him, Lu Yin said. Gu Yao smiled. Lu Sengnan doesn't have to worry about this. Lord Yuya will take care of it. Presumably Lu Sangtian doesn't know how strong Lord Yuya is. Before coming, Lord Yuya took this into consideration and gave you a gift. Lu Yin was confused. What gift? Gu Yao's eyes flashed coldly. The Ru family. Lu Yin frowned. The Ru family? Gu Yao said in a low voice. The Ru family is also the imperial god. Lord Yuya has been destroyed, and Lu Sangtian should know that Ruguo attacked Wujiang to avenge his daughter Ru Mu. If it weren't for Lord Yuya, Ruguo wouldn't be the only one to avenge but the entire Ru family. This is a gift from Lord Yuya to Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin was speechless. If he didn't know the inside story he would have believed it. Ru Mu had clearly been controlled by Yuya to lure Lu Yin into the Sun Beast's palm, which was why Yu Sangtian had stopped her and turned her into a zombie. The Ru family had also been destroyed by Yuya because of the eternity, and Yuya had forced them to deal with Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that Yuya had gone through the eternity, which meant that Yuya didn't know about this. Otherwise he wouldn't have told Gu Yao to lie in front of Lu Yin. Gu Yao was confident. The Ru family represents the royal god mountain, and the royal god mountain belongs to Xianxia. Lord Yuya can destroy it at will, and Xianxia doesn't dare to say a word. Is this enough to guarantee Xianxia? Lu Yin was amused. The royal god mountain belonged to Xianxia? Everyone in the spiritualized universe knew about this, but in reality, the royal god mountain belonged to the Ru family and the ninth heaven universe. Furthermore, it was unknown whether or not the royal god mountain was even a part of the universe. Lu Yin still didn't know what Xianxia was planning, but Yuya was dragging him into this. Yuya's imperial god is really powerful. He destroyed the Ru family and Xianxia didn't dare to object. I believe him, but I'm also a human and I'm from the Tianyuan universe. Why did Yuya choose me? If I defeat Wu Huang, won't that anger Yuya's imperial god? Lu Yin asked. Guyao sighed. Although Lu Xianxia is from the Tianyuan universe to the ninth heaven universe, whether it's the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe, they are all below him. That includes the consciousness universe, which can be rebooted at will. The ninth heaven universe is above the three universes. This is a form of tolerance, so your identity in the Tianyuan universe won't be an obstacle. Lu Xianxia can rest assured. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly and he slowly said, tolerance. The ninth heaven universe is really tolerant. Guyao smiled. Of course. No matter how many types of ants there are, they are all ants to humans. It's that simple. Lu Yin smiled and looked at her deeply. Yes, the types are not important. He paused for a moment and then said, Wu Huang helped Yuya's imperial god and obtained the changes in the ninth heaven. On my side, Yuya's imperial god didn't say anything? Guyao frowned. Letting Lu Xianxia replace Xianxia, isn't that a sign? This is the result, the ideal result. I admit that the possibility is very high, but before it is achieved, everything is unknown, Lu Yin said. Guyao's face darkened. Lu Xianxia, are you negotiating with Yuya's imperial god? Let me remind you. Before she could finish speaking, a pressure that seemed to collapse the sky and the earth descended, causing the woman to lie down directly. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes instantly fell into darkness. The boundless pressure of fear made her breath stagnate. Girl, who are you talking to? Lu Yin's voice sounded. It was calm and deep, as if the abyss was summoning her. Let me teach you a principle. No matter how many types of ants there are, they are all ants. Similarly, no matter who the ants are under, they can be trampled to death if they want to. Guyao trembled with fear and despair. This was a moment she had never experienced before. The feeling of being on the verge of death and being looked down upon or even swallowed by a huge monster made her thoughts stop. She could not think of anything and could only listen. Only this sentence kept repeating as if it had been repeated for countless years. She did not know how much time had passed. It might have been a moment or it might have been a long time, but Guyao saw the ground again. She lay on the ground, dust falling in front of her eyes. Blood mixed with saliva flowed out and her body slowly regained its senses. She slowly looked up and saw a pair of feet. Then she looked up again and saw Lu Yin lying leisurely on a chair. Lu Yin's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was angry or happy. But at this moment, when Guyao looked at him again, it was clearly the same face, but it brought her endless fear. No matter who the ants were under, they could be trampled to death. She was the ant that crawled under Yuya's feet. Lu Yin could also trample to death if he wanted to. To her, Yuya was a human and Lu Yin was also a human. She had forgotten that Lu Yin was also on the same level as Xianxia. Lu Yin swayed the chair and looked at Guyao. He smiled and said, "Want some fruit?" Guyao coughed and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. She did not dare to wipe it away, so she lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, Lord Lu Xianxia." Lu Yin waved his hand. "All right, get up." Guyao heaved a sigh of relief and slowly got up. But because she had been under too much pressure, her legs were weak and she tried several times to stand up. "Sit." "No, there's no need. Let's continue the topic. What did you want to say?" Guyao gulped and her face was pale and covered in dust. "Conditions. What conditions does Lu Xianxia want?" "I will reply to Lord Yuya." Lu Yin was satisfied. "It would have been better if you had said that earlier." Guyao did not dare to speak. She lowered her head even more and listened quietly. Lu Yin had wanted to mention some conditions just now. Yuya had said that he wanted him to replace Xianxia, but it was all nonsense. His purpose was to lure him to the next day's beast palm. Whatever conditions Lu Yin proposed now would be advantageous because he had no intention of agreeing to them at all. 50 trillion spirit seeds, Lu Yin said. Chapter 3660. Gu Yao was stunned and thought that she had heard wrong. She seemed to have heard an exaggerated number. What? 100 trillion spirit seeds, Lu Yin said. He realized that 50 trillion was too little. Spirit seeds came from the 9th firmament universe and only the heavens knew how many were there. The number of spiritualized universes was unknown as well, but the spiritualized universes had been developing for so many years, so there must be many spirit seeds. Gu Yao had not expected Lu Yin's condition to be spirit seeds. This was equivalent to asking for money. She recalled that Lu Xian had been collecting spirit seeds in order to limit the number of spiritualized cultivators. The outside world was mocking him, but he really did intend to do so. If this had been before, Gu Yao would have said something, but she did not dare to say a word now. Only when one understood one's position would one know what to say and what not to say. Gu Yao left. No matter how ridiculous Lu Yin's condition was, she just had to report it to Yu Ye's god of defense. Furthermore, this condition was not bad. Although the number was a little high, it was not difficult. Lu Yin watched Gu Yao leave with anticipation. To Yu Ye, this small amount of spirit seeds was not a problem. So what was the next condition? This girl did not think that he would only raise one condition, right? Gu Yao left and Lu Yin continued to dig at the bricks. His peaceful life was simple and unadorned. Xianxia did not react, but Lu Yin did not care and continued to wait. The 9th spirit continued to be chased by the psyche Immortal. During this time, people came to the valley from time to time to see Lu Yin, but he rejected them all. There was also news from the Arc region that Wujiang could be repaired, but it required a lot of materials. Lu Yin was happy. Wujiang had carried them from the Tianyuan universe and had once carried the hopes of humanity's legacy. If it could be repaired, it would be an explanation to the Tianyuan universe. Wujiang was also one of them. Looking at the list of materials, Lu Yin knew what the next condition was. Elsewhere, Yu Ye was using his influence to collect spirit seeds. Although Yu Ye himself could not descend into the spiritualized universe, after countless years, he had built up his own influence there. For example, although the person who had brought the message to Yu Xian had been dealt with by Master Greengrass, Yu Ye had more than one such person. Gu Yao was also one of Yu Ye's people in the spiritualized universe. There were too many ways for a lesser god to increase his influence. For a time, the trade of spiritual seeds in the spiritualized universe became intense and crazy. No one knew where a group of people came from, but they crazily snatched spiritual seeds, traded them, plundered them, and even stole them. They did everything they could, causing many people in the spiritualized universe to suffer. This was especially so in the Grand Universal Domain. Just the General Chamber of Commerce alone had a few people who had moved the spiritual seeds away. They were discovered and locked up, but they would rather die than say why they had done so. Lu Yin's one condition caused the entire spiritualized universe to go into a frenzy. It was said that a maid from the heavens beyond heaven wanted to steal the tree, but she was beaten to death by Lan. When Yu Xian heard this, his expression turned ugly. Yu had been eyeing the spiritualized universe for a long time. Perhaps there were people from Xingfan among them. One swords only, however, it was difficult for these people to accomplish great things. At most, they could only gather resources and spread the word. Finally, more than a month later, hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds were gathered and brought to the southbound world by Gu Yao. The disappearance of hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds caused rumors to spread throughout the spiritualized universe. The loss of such a large number of spirit seeds had a huge impact, and some people would never be able to cultivate their own spirit seeds. This made them think of Wujiang. Previously, Wujiang had used the name of Lu Xian and Xianxia to mobilize resources several times, which had caused many people to be unable to cultivate. This time it was even more serious. It was so serious that it was no longer childish. Everyone felt that Lu Yin's plan to use this method to limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe was childish. However, if there came a day when he really managed to take away the spiritualized universe's spirit seed, then the spiritualized universe would truly be unable to produce any new cultivators. This was not a joke. Many people looked at Wujiang in the Arc region. How many spirit seeds were there? Many powerhouses had never considered collecting spirit seeds, but now they had no choice but to do so. If hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds were spread out, They could stretch across the land and make countless cultivators go crazy. It was not that they wanted it for themselves, but that they could help many of their juniors. In the spiritualized universe, one of the factors that restricted certain families and sects was spirit seeds. If they had enough spirit seeds, they could cultivate hundreds of millions of cultivators. Even if they did not pay any other resources and scattered these cultivators all over the universe, there would always be a few talented ones who would be able to walk out. No matter how low the probability was, time would make this investment pay off. Unfortunately, even the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce would find it difficult to take out so many spirit seeds at once. Guyao knew about many spirit seeds because she had never thought that she would be able to obtain so many in her cultivation life. Fortunately, she did not need to collect them. The price she had paid was that the god of defense at the moon's edge had been exposed for the sake of these spirit seeds. Before coming to the southbound world, she had thought that the god of defense at the moon's edge would never have dreamed that her many years of planning would be exposed because of the spirit seeds. Not bad at all. Hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds. Impressive. Lu Yin praised and looked at Guyao. Now I believe what you said. You are indeed worthy of being called the god of defense at the moon's edge. Guyao was helpless. Even the destruction of the Ru family would not make Lu Xian so happy. While collecting the spirit seeds, she had also investigated the extent of Wu Zhang's collection of spirit seeds. When she got the number, she gasped. Regardless of whether Lu Songtian's approach was ridiculous or not, the number of spirit seeds he had collected was shocking. He had mobilized resources on a large scale in the name of Lu Songtian several times. Coupled with the profits from the Battle of Fu Heyuan, there were already hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds. No matter how ridiculous his approach was, when the number reached this level, no one could laugh. It had already had a great impact on the spiritualized universe. As long as Lu Songtian is satisfied. Guyao's attitude was respectful. Lu Yin grunted. I am very satisfied. This is the next condition. As he spoke, a piece of paper floated lightly towards Guyao. Guyao was stunned. There is another condition? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Why can't I? Guyao stared at Lu Yin blankly. Lu Yin leaned forward and stared at Guyao. You don't think that I, a mere Lu Sangtun, would make a condition to the supreme god of defense in the ninth heaven universe just for resources, do you? Are you looking down on me, or are you looking down on the god of defense? Guyao was speechless. What did this have to do with looking down on him? Furthermore, it was not just resources, but hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds. Even the spiritualized universe was feeling threatened. If she had the guts, she would have slapped this person. This was too much. Lu Yin exhaled and leisurely rocked his chair. If you are unwilling, then please leave. You can take these resources away if you want. Guyao glanced at the cosmic rings. She had no intention of taking them away. That would be courting death. She bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Sangum, please allow me to report this to the god of defense. Lu Yin waved a hand. Guyao retreated. Hand. Qing Yun walked over and extended her hand. She glanced at the cosmic rings. There were so many spirit seeds. She had never seen so many in her life. Perhaps even the ninth spirit had never seen so many spirit seeds. Lu Yin looked up. You want them? Qing Yun said, I have never seen so many. Take as many as you want. After so long, I should give you something in return. Qing Yun blinked. What is it? She lowered her head and saw that Lu Yin was holding her hand. Her expression changed. She blushed with embarrassment, anger, and sullenness. She pulled her hand back and turned to leave. Lu Yin was stunned. He watched Qing Yun leave angrily. What was going on? This girl was too bold. She actually dared to run away. Hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds were absorbed into the starry sky land in his heart. Spirit seeds were constantly melting into liquid on that land. Lu Yin knew very well that the more liquid there was, the more useful it would be. However, it was too slow. These spirit seeds had never been cultivated. Even if there were hundreds of trillions of them, they would only melt into a little bit of liquid. When the ninth firmament universe had destroyed the cultivators of the Wei territory, the spirit seeds of those cultivators had been cultivated. The size of the liquid they had melted into was on a completely different level from his own. If all of his spirit seeds had been replaced with those that had been cultivated, there would have been at least a small lake on the land. Lu Yin's gaze was heavy. The ninth firmament universe was like raising venomous insects. They used humans as nourishment, cultivation as a path, and spirit seeds as containers to deliver that liquid to them. It was still all right in the past. When the cultivators died naturally, the spirit seeds would be taken away. Now it had developed to forcefully plunder the spirit seeds. Every time they plunder, a large number of cultivators would die. Although the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe were enemies, they were still humans. Lu Yin could empathize with them. From Gu Yao's attitude he could see the Ninth Firmament universe's attitude. The Ninth Firmament universe was superior, while the other three universes were inferior. They could treat the spiritualized universe like this, but they could also treat the Tianyuan universe like this. When he thought of this, Lu Yin felt a strong sense of crisis. If one day all the cultivators of the spiritualized universe were robbed of their spirit seeds and died, who would be next? A few days later, Gu Yao came and bowed to Lu Yin. Lord Yuya has agreed to Lu Songtian's conditions, but you also have conditions. I won't listen. Gu Yao had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive. Lu Sengkang Lord Yuya. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the recliner and the void rippled. The rumbling sound exploded in Gu Yao's ears, causing her to almost faint. I've said it before. If you don't want to listen, then do it. If you don't, then forget it. You can take the spirit seeds away. I won't force you. Gu Yao's face turned pale and she almost fell to the ground. Her body was numb. On one side was Yu Ye's god of defense and on the other side was Lu Yin. She really did not know how to pass the message. This Lu Sangtian was indeed as unscrupulous as the rumors said. He should have at least waited for people to finish speaking before taking action. Gu Yao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She was helpless and fearful. She bowed again. I'll take my leave first to fulfill this condition. Lu Yin nodded and closed his eyes. He did not even look at her. The list of materials given by the boat region was very long, and they were all materials that the boat region could not use on the boundless realm. These materials could be found in Beyond Avalon, and the Grand Universal Territory could also be continuously collected. The major sects in the 36 domains would eventually collect them. However, Yu Ye's influence had been used up when collecting hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds. The materials on this list were also a headache for him. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Thank you for your support. Dragon Boat Festival is in good health. Chapter 3661. The spiritualized universe was not Yu Ye's territory, and he could not easily descend there. Yu Sangtian would not listen to him either. Most of the other Sangtians did not know about the existence of the Nine Firmaments universe, let alone the people below them. Yu Ye's so-called dignity as a god of defense was useless in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had no choice but to think of another way. The spiritualized universe did not have any, but the royal god mountain did. If there was no other way, the Nine Firmaments universe had some as well. 2 months. A full 2 months had passed before the ballad finally came back with a reply. You found it? There's no movement from the spiritualized universe at all. Where did you find it? Lu Yin was curious. Gu Yan replied, the Royal God Mountain. Lu Yin was shocked. The Royal God Mountain has so many materials? I don't know about that, but Lord Yuya said that the materials would be sent to the Ark region in 10 days. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. These materials could not have been gathered in a parallel universe. If the Royal God Mountain could gather so many materials, could it really be from another universe? A universe had several parallel universes, and if the Royal God Mountain really was a small spiritualized universe, then Yu Sangtian or the Nine Firmaments universe must have many parallel universes after countless years of planning. There were so many that they could be restarted, so it was not strange for them to be able to gather so many materials. Lu Yin did not think too much about it. It was difficult to speculate whether or not the Royal God Mountain was from another universe, and he would only know after taking a look. This Gu Yan should not be a spiritualized universe cultivator, but he could not see any traces of another universe. The Nine Firmaments universe had a way to hide such traces. Yu Sangtian's method was the spiritualized heavenly technique. Perhaps this spiritualized heavenly technique did not belong to Yu Sangtian but to the Nine Firmaments universe, just like the Nine Firmaments transformation. 2K Lord Lu Sangtian, this should be enough, right? Gu Yan was nervous. Lu Yin said, wait until the materials are sent to the Ark region. Gu Yan had no choice but to leave. 10 days later, the Ark region welcomed the materials on time. The Ark helm looked at the mountainous pile of materials, and his breathing quickened as his eyes lit up. Only by understanding the value of this batch of materials could he understand his shock. The Arc region was the only place in the spiritualized universe that produced battleships. Even so, the materials obtained each year were limited, and the materials that could make space-time battleships were extremely rare. They were so rare that it took many years to make one. This was also one of the reasons why there were only 6 space-time class battleships in the spiritualized universe. There were not many materials that could be used. In his entire life he had only created 1 space-time class battleship. Before he was born there were only 5 spiritualized universes. The only reason he could create one was because of the Zhou family's accumulation over the generations. Every generation of the Zhou family head's greatest wish was to build a space-time class battleship. How many generations of Zhou family heads would be so lucky? Most of the family heads could only look at the materials and sigh. Generation after generation, they would be lucky enough to succeed in a certain generation. It was already a blessing for him to be able to make one. His sons, grandsons, and even his descendants would not be able to make another one until many years later. And now he had enough materials to build a space-time class battleship. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would be able to see the day where so many materials were gathered. This was the influence of Lu Xian. It was too terrifying. When he gave the list to Wu Jiang, he never thought that he would be able to collect it all. He just wanted to express his attitude, but Wu Jiang gave him a huge surprise. Second barbarian, do you have enough materials? Old Tao was very proud. The head of the Zhou family was too awesome. Looking at the expressions of the people in the Zhou region, they could not wait to eat all the materials. Zhou Rudder suppressing his shock, he looked at Old Tao. Enough. Old Tao chuckled. Enough to build a space-time class battleship? Enough. Zhou Rudder subconsciously replied. After he finished speaking, his expression changed. In front of him, Old Tao, Chu Yi, Heavenly Lord Victor, and the others looked at him with half-smiles. He also looked at them with an unnatural expression. Repairing Wu Jiang would not require so many materials. He was just following his habit, or rather he wanted to test Wu Jiang's ability. He listed the most precious materials to build a space-time class battleship. He did not expect Wu Jiang to find them, but he did not expect Wu Jiang to find them. At most, 1/10 of these materials could be used to repair Wu Jiang. The remaining 90% could be left in the Zhou region. After a few more years they would be able to build a new battleship. However, Wu Jiang saw through his intentions. The people on Wu Jiang were not stupid. If all these materials were used to repair Wu Jiang, it would expand by half. How could that be possible? Chu Yi looked at Zhou Rudder. Do your best to make Wu Jiang perfect. We can give you some of the remaining materials. Zhou Rudder relaxed. Understood. The Zhou region received the materials and Gu Yao stepped into the valley once more. She appeared in front of Lu Yin and bowed deeply. Lord Lu Xianxia, the materials have been delivered. Lu Yin praised, very good. Then let's talk about the third condition. Gu Yao's expression turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and bowed again. She lowered her head and said, please don't make things difficult for me, Your Honor. Lord Yuya has fulfilled both of your conditions. Please show your sincerity, Your Honor. Lu Yin was curious. How should I express my sincerity? Gu Yao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Yin wasn't angry. She looked up at him with a pale face. Enter the Royal God Mountain. That's the only place where you can speak with Lord Yuya. Lord Yuya has something to say to Lord Lu Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at Gu Yao and said slowly, then how do I enter Divine Ruling Mountain? The palm of the Sun Beast was the place Yuya was leading Lu Yin to. Lu Yin had first learned about it from Ru Mu and then from Emperor Wu. Yuya did not think that this location would alert Lu Yin because he did not know that Emperor Wu had told Lu Yin to lead him there. He only thought that the palm of the Sun Beast was the entrance to Divine Ruling Mountain. The entrance was not important. What was important was whether or not to enter. However, to Yuya it was fine as long as he could lead Lu Yin to the entrance. Lu Yin would be wary of Divine Ruling Mountain, but he would not be wary of an entrance. Gu Yao said, the entrance to Divine Ruling Mountain is not fixed. It is in the palm of the Sun Beast for a while. Lord Lu Sangam, please come with me. Lu Yin hesitated. Gu Yao's heart was in her throat. After paying such a huge price, if she could not bring this person in, she did not know how to explain it to Lord Yuya. Hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds and a list of materials seemed to be resources, but these resources were too vast. It was not something that any force could gather. The price was enough to shake the universe. How about this one last condition? Lu Yin looked at Gu Yao and raised a finger. Help me do one last thing and I will go to Divine Ruling Mountain with you. Gu Yao was in a dilemma. I can't decide. Ask Yuya's god of defense. Gu Yao frowned and hesitated. Lu Yin looked at her. Just say it. Gu Yao pursed her lips and said in a low voice, Lord Yuya is helping Lord Lu Sangtian replace Yu Sangtian. As far as I know, Lu Sangtian and Yu Sangtian are not on good terms. Since that is the case, why are you making things difficult for him? I don't mean to threaten Lord Lu Sangtian. It is just that if Lord Yuya is dissatisfied, it will not be good for Lord Lu Sangtian to replace him with someone else. After saying that, she bowed deeply. Please don't blame me. I have said too much. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be afraid. I will not do anything to you. Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and looked better. Thank you, Lord. Lu Yin looked at the sky and rocked the recliner. Do you think hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds and those materials can be exchanged for Lu Sangtian to cultivate transformation of the 9 heavens? Gu Yao thought about it. I don't know. Then I will tell you no. Lu Yin looked at Gu Yao. Because transformation of the 9 heavens requires the opening of the 9 heavens. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to open the 9 heavens. The god of defense under Yuya opened the 9 heavens for Wu Huang and paid a huge price. For this reason he will not give up Wu Huang easily unless Wu Huang fails completely. As for me, if there is only a small price, the god of defense under Yuya will give up. After all, Yu Sangtian is not to be trifled with. The god of defense under Yuya is high in the Jiushao universe and is not afraid of anything. I am different. I only have one life and no one can save me. So, I need the god of defense under Yuya to pay the price that he is unwilling to give up on me. Do you understand? Gu Yao said, the Jiushao universe is going to abolish Yu Sangtian. There will be no accidents. There will be no accidents. Yu Sangtian must disappear, but the one who replaces Yu Sangtian can be me or someone else. Little girl, think about what you said. The Jiushao universe wants Yu Sangtian to disappear, not for me to replace Yu Sangtian. Gu Yao frowned and looked at the ground. She could not refute this. She did not know whether it was true or not. Her mission was to find a way to lure Lu Yin to the palm of the sun beast. As for the reason, it came from Yuya. She was not qualified to know the real purpose of luring Lu Yin there. Even if all of this was true, this person was right. Yu Sangtian could disappear, but did he have to be the one to sit in that position? Could also be someone else, but no one could guarantee it. This person wanted a price that the god of defense under Yuya could not give up on to ensure that he could replace Yu Sangtian. Tell the god of defense under Yuya that I have one last condition. If I complete it, I will do whatever he wants me to do, Lu Yin said. Gu Yao nodded. Then Lu Sangtian's third condition. After a pause she asked, what is the last condition? Lu Yin looked at her. Yu Sangtian and the eternal key to the Gate of Arts. Lu Yin did not know what was behind the Gate of Arts. He had no clues and this made him uneasy. He had even seen the 9th heaven universe and even the strange scene of the day of the sacrifice spirit. The god of defense had the power to raise the sky, but he knew nothing about the Gate of Arts. This was not his character. This condition was a test. He was testing Yu Sangtian and the others as well as the 9th heaven universe. He wanted to see what the 9th heaven universe's attitude towards the Gate of Arts was. A few days later, the spirit cloud stone vibrated. It was from the Eternal. You want to use Yuya to get the key. Does that count as betraying our alliance? Lu Yin smiled. It's a temporary cooperation, not an alliance. If it wasn't for the boundless shift, would you have helped Yuya? The Eternal did not refute. If I don't give it to him, I can't explain it to Yuya. Then give it to him. But it can't reach you. Lu Yin was surprised. Are you sure? Did Yuya contact you? A girl called Gu Yao contacted me, but I didn't give it to her. Then why are you so sure it can't reach me? Because he didn't ask me for it. Chapter 3662. Lu Yin understood that Ruguo was Yuya's spokesperson by Eternity's side, but Yuya did not let Ruguo know about this. Instead, he let Gu Yao, who had been contacting him alone, come forward. Obviously, he was avoiding Ruguo. Ruguo had been monitoring the spiritualized universe, so it was impossible for him not to know about the keys to the Gate of Arts. This meant that Yuya did not want Ruguo to know about it. Once Ruguo knew, it would be easy for variables to appear. This meant that the value of the keys could make Ruguo betray Yuya. This meant that the keys were extremely valuable. The keys to the Gate of Arts were clearly in the law domain, but the Zhan family did not have a single key. This was unusual. Would the Ninth Heaven universe also want a key? I guessed right. You are testing the importance of the keys. I can tell you the result. Yuya will not get a single key and I will be in trouble, Eternity said. Luin laughed. I'm sorry. You're being targeted. It doesn't matter. We'll be targeted anyway. After such a long time, our alliance should be exposed. So, take care. Take care. Take care. If they really met, no one would show mercy. Some grudges could never be resolved. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone and looked at the sky. Guyao had arrived. Guyao entered the valley and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. We can't fulfill Lu Sangtian's conditions. Is there anything that Yuya's god of defense can't do? Lu Yin did not believe it. Guyao was helpless. If Yu Sangtian was obedient, he would not need to be replaced. Lord Yuya asked for a key from Yu Sangtian, but he was rejected. If Lu Sangtian really needs it, he can get it after defeating Yu Sangtian. What about the other key? Eternity and Ruguo have joined forces. Lord Yuya just destroyed the Ru family and they hate us to the core. Eternity can't get it, but we can tell Lu Sangtian their location. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yuya still did not know that Eternity had joined forces with him? The efficiency was really low. It seemed that during this time his people were working hard to find spirit seeds and materials and did not have time to care. This was a pleasant surprise. So we can't fulfill the conditions. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Guyao looked at Lu Yin. Lu Sangtian can change the conditions as long as we can do it. Lu Yin thought. I want the mountain. Guyao was surprised. What do you want? Royal Divine Mountain, he repeated. Guyao stared at him blankly, not knowing what to say. Lu Yin replied, the god of defense at the moon's edge destroyed the Ru family, which means that the Divine Fort Mountain is under your control. It shouldn't be too much for me to obtain the Divine Fort Mountain, right? It's just within my reach. Guyao thought for a moment. Allow me to report this to Lord Yuya. Go. After a period of time, Guyao went to the sky beyond heaven and entered the Royal God Mountain. A dark golden light appeared before her eyes. Guyao's attitude was extremely respectful. She knelt down deeply. Master Lu Yin wants to go to God Governing Mountain. Royal God Mountain. Yes, he said that since Master has annihilated the Ru clan, Divine Rain Mountain can be given to him. Humph, what a big appetite. I have to pay the price for destroying the Ru clan. Apart from the Ru clan, no one else can truly control the Divine Driving Mountain. If he wants it, fine, I'll give it to him. Guyao quickly agreed and left God Governing Mountain to return to the spiritualized universe. In Sky Beyond Sky, inside the Extreme Palace, Yu Sangtian watched Guyao enter and exit with a calm expression. It was as if he was watching a clown. At the same time, in the depths of the Royal God Mountain, in the center of what used to be a home, Ruguo and the others used to live here, but now it was occupied by Lord Yu. On this day there was a strange movement here. Ancient spirit treasures rose into the air and formed a circle. At the center of all the spirit treasures, the void constantly solidified and changed shape. Lord Yu arrived and looked at it for a while. He raised his hand and pointed out, drawing something. In the spiritualized universe, in the wisdom domain, there was also a circle of spirit treasures in front of Elder Yu. The void in the center of the spirit treasures was constantly changing. After a while the spirit treasures fell. Elder Yu's face was pale as if he had consumed a lot of energy. In the Royal God Mountain, Lord Yu's expression was much better than Elder Yu's, but he was still a little pale. He frowned and turned to the sky, bowing. Lord Yuya. The dark golden light fell. What's the matter? Lord Yu's expression was solemn. Elder Yu from the wisdom domain sent a message that the Eternity and Lu Yin were originally working together. What? Yuya was furious. It was fake, it was all fake. No wonder the Eternity did not help Ruguo previously. No wonder Lu Yin was unwilling to come to the Royal God Mountain and was so vigilant and kept raising conditions. It was all fake. Lord Yu's heart was heavy. This way, Lu Yin would not be tricked into the palm of the tomorrow beast. Yuya's plan had failed. How could he deal with Lu Yin then? This person was so cunning that he would work together with his greatest enemy. And why did he work together? Did he know that he would be tricked by Yuya? But how did he know? There were many things that he should not know. What made Yuya even angrier was that he had just agreed to give the Royal God Mountain to Lu Yin to lure him here. That guy kept looking at him like he was a clown. Bastard, he gave him the spirit seeds and materials. The dark golden light kept shining, and the pressure fell like a curtain of rain, suffocating everyone in the starry sky. After a while, the dark golden light calmed down. This news came from the wisdom domain. Lord, you said, Elder, you said it. What does the wisdom domain mean? Lord, you said, Elder, you must want to join us. He doesn't need to join us. Let him join Wujiang. Lord Yu was shocked. Join Wujiang. Yuya's voice dropped. That Lu Yin wants the Royal God Mountain. I'll give it to him. Let's see if he dares to come and take it. Let the wisdom domain join him and spread a rumor in the spiritualized universe that he is a disciple of Wu Jiang who came from the Tianyuan universe. His goal is to replace Yu Xian. Lord Yuya understood. This was a similar method of flattery. Lu Yin and the Eternals had worked together, but they only knew that Yuya wanted to lure him to the next sun's beast palm. In Yuya's eyes, it was the entrance to the Royal God Mountain, but he did not know why. Perhaps it was a good thing for him, as his vigilance stemmed from his many years of cultivation. Now that the wisdom domain had joined them and the Royal God Mountain was given to him, it lowered his vigilance. At the same time, it made him completely stand against Yu Xian. This method was not brilliant and most people could see through it. The only thing that was brilliant was human nature. Wu Zhang's disciple wanted to replace Yu Xian, and this was something that everyone in the spiritualized universe wanted, even if this person belonged to the Tianyuan universe. This was because after countless years, the true master of the spiritualized universe was Wu Jiang. This was something that had been spread by generations of Yu Xian. Coupled with the wisdom domain's influence in the spiritualized universe, one could imagine how many people would change their attitudes toward Wu Jiang. Once the spiritualized universe changed, the entire universe's momentum would be enough to push Lu Yin up. At that time, it would be easy to do anything, especially with the help of the wisdom domain. Lu Yin and the Eternals had joined forces because they believed that Yuya did not know. Similarly, the wisdom domain had told Yuya about this, but Lu Yin and the rest did not know either. Scheming and counter-scheming, one loop after another. Ordia. He looked at the sky. How many years had it been? The 9 firmaments universe's god of defense did not need to scheme at all. A single word could decide everything in the spiritualized universe, but now he was using his brain. This Lu Yin had forced Yuya into a corner. If this continued, Yuya would really descend. Yuya left. Duke Yu turned around and looked at the circle of spirit treasures in front of him. He raised a hand and the spirit treasures floated up with a solemn expression. The price of contacting the wisdom domain in Imperial God Mountain was extremely high, and not just anyone could afford it. However, to get rid of Lu Yin and avenge his son, Duke Yu was willing to do anything. A few days later, a piece of news shook the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin was a disciple of Wu Jiang and had come from the Tianyuan universe. He had only one goal, and that was to replace Yu Xian and become the spiritualized universe's master. No one knew where this news came from, but it quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Regardless of whether it was the 7 great powers or the realm beyond heaven, everyone heard this news and it shocked countless people. Everyone who heard this news was dumbfounded. How could such a thing happen? No, that's impossible. A disciple of Wu Jiang? Replacing Yu Xian? How is that impossible? So that's how it is. That explains it. Rumor has it that Lu Xian hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years, and he's much younger than me. However, he has Yu Xian's battle prowess. Aside from the legendary Wu Jiang, who else can teach him? He came here on Wu Jiang and didn't care about the realm beyond heaven at all. He provoked Yu Xian and repeatedly violated the rules. He even wanted to carve words in the extreme palace. If there isn't a Wu Jiang supporting him, then what right does he have? No wonder Yu Xian didn't do anything to him from the start. So it's because of Wu Jiang. Back then Yi Xian, Meng Xian, and Bao Qi Xian wanted to go on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe, but they suddenly stopped. At that time, everyone didn't understand why Yu Xian wanted to stop them, but in fact, it wasn't Yu Xian who stopped them. It was Wu Jiang. It makes sense. Everything makes sense now. Lu Xian also knows the Jutian change. He must have been taught by Wu Jiang. Why do I hear that Wu Jiang doesn't even exist? How can it not exist? If it doesn't exist, then why didn't Xianxia deny it? It must exist. It must exist. Every corner of the spiritualized universe was discussing this matter. They had connected everything that had happened since Wu Jiang's appearance, but there were still some areas that they couldn't understand. However, if they put Lu Yin's identity as Wu Jiang's disciple, these areas that they couldn't understand instantly made sense. This news made many people believe it, but there were also many who didn't. Wu Jiang was a spiritualized universe's strongest powerhouse. Why would he allow someone from the Tianyuan universe to replace Xianxia? It didn't make sense. Some people felt that it was reasonable. Perhaps Lu Yin had been brought to the Tianyuan universe by Wu Jiang from the spiritualized universe in order to open up a new path of cultivation. Some people still didn't believe that Xianxia could reopen the Tianyuan universe at any time and step into eternal life. Even Wu Jiang would find it difficult to replace him. Both sides had countless points to refute each other, and they argued endlessly. Then another piece of news was released and everyone was speechless. Jikong Domain had defected to Wu Jiang. This news shocked countless people. Those at the bottom did not understand Jikong Domain, but those who did understood what it represented. Jikong Domain represented the spiritualized universe's history and future. It also represented Wu Jiang's position. Jikong Domain had the authority to allocate resources and plan cultivation in the spiritualized universe. Even if Xianxia had clearly stated that Jikong Domain was not allowed to succeed Xianxia, this did not hinder Jikong Domain's prestige in the spiritualized universe. The simplest point was that Xianxia had to wait for a notification before entering Jikong Domain. This was the prestige that a genius from beyond the heavens should have. Chapter 3663. Many people knew that the Jikong region's history surpassed Xianxia's and was from the same era as the Supreme Pole. Perhaps it originated from the Supreme Pole. Now, the Jikong region's attitude silenced those who did not believe that Lu Yin was the Supreme Pole's disciple. They had to believe it even if they did not want to. At this moment, the entire spiritualized universe looked towards the 100 Herb region. It was as if they could see Lu Xianxia, the faith of countless people in the spiritualized universe standing behind him. In sky beyond sky, Xianxia looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He finally knew how to use his brain. Lan sought an audience with Xianxia. Sir, do you want me to go to the Jikong region? No need. Lan did not understand. The Jikong region had openly defected to the Wujiang region and spread the news to the spiritualized universe. Why did he not stop it? Could it be that the rumors were true? There was no mistake. Lan looked towards the extreme palace in shock. Could not be. Was that person really the Supreme Pole's disciple? In the myriad beast territory, countless beast sloughs growled. The old salamander looked at the ceiling, the heaven's foundation in his hand, and was confused. Was he really the Supreme Pole's disciple? He had confirmed from the Eternal that Lu Yin belonged to the Tianyuan universe. Why would the Supreme Pole accept someone from the Tianyuan universe as a disciple? In the Spirit Treasure region, Master Su sighed. They really know how to play. One by one. Far away in space, the ninth spirit turned back, afraid that the thought Immortal would catch up. If the thought Immortal had not helped her in the past, she would not have been so helpless against this person. She had also heard the rumors and could not help but curse Lu Yin for being shameless. He dared to say this. The Supreme Pole's disciple? Replace Xianxia? Dream on. Only the 9 firmaments universe could decide who would be Xianxia. As for the Supreme Pole, she shook her head. He was just a pitiful person. Ju, this is the 27th poem that I wrote for you. It has been compiled into a book by the people and is widely circulated. Those children can recite it. They will never know that this represents our touching love story. Let them guess. Listen. The ninth spirit turned and ran. In the southbound domain, Lu Yin was puzzled. The Supreme Pole's disciple? Old Tao's voice came from the spirit cloud stone. Yes, master. That's what the rumors say. Old Yu publicly announced that he has defected to the Wujiang region. From now on, the Jikong region will follow Wujiang's lead. He will do whatever you want him to do. Lu Yin put the spirit cloud stone. Yulao, this old man definitely had a scheme. Was he going to rely on Wujiang? He didn't believe it. At this time, outside southbound world, Elder Yu walked out. His expression was solemn as he headed towards the valley. The news had spread to the outside world and even old Tao had contacted Lu Yin. Foolish old man had never taken the initiative to contact Lu Yin, and he had personally come here. Lu Yin leisurely sat on the recliner and waited for Yu Lao to arrive. Facing Lu Yin, the foolish old man took a deep breath and bowed respectfully with a complicated expression. "Greetings, Lu Seng'an." Lu Yin laughed. "Old Yu, you've never been this polite to me before," said the foolish old man. "The Ru clan has been destroyed. The Zhikong region's backer in the continent of the Nine Clouds has collapsed. On the other hand, Master Lu, not only do you have a supreme teacher, but you also have the attention of the continent of the Nine Clouds. If I can follow you, I'm willing to do anything." "Follow me? Does that mean that the rumors outside were spread by the Wisdom Sky realm?" Yu Lao said. "It is a fact that the Zhikong region has sided with the Wujiang region. As for the spread of Master Lu's identity, it was not done by the Zhikong region." Lu Yin looked at the foolish old man. "How do you know that I have the attention of the continent of the Nine Clouds?" said the foolish old man respectfully. The representative of the god of defense went to the Zhikong region and seemed to want to rope in the eternity. His ultimate goal is still Master Lu. "I congratulate Master Lu for being noticed by the continent of the Nine Clouds. You will be the next Xianxia. The existence of the Zhikong region comes from the Supreme Teacher, and Master Lu is the Supreme Teacher's disciple. The Zhikong region is willing to serve Master Lu." Lu Yin frowned. "You don't seem to belong to the spiritualized universe. You said it yourself," said the foolish old man respectfully. "It doesn't matter where I belong. What matters is where I can live." The Ru clan, as a family of the god of defense, was also destroyed without any ability to resist, let alone a mere Zhikong region. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he sized up the foolish old man. "You really want to side with me?" The foolish old man bowed deeply. "As long as Lu Seng'an is willing to accept me. Of course I will accept you, but I still need to show some sincerity. Please instruct me, Lu Seng'an." The foolish old man obeyed, and he had no choice. He had originally sided with Yuya, and Yuya had allowed him to get close to Lu Yin, so he had to pay the price. Lu Yin curled his finger and Qing Shao walked over with tea and snacks. Lu Yin took a bite and stared at the foolish old man. "Where is the ninth firmament universe?" Lu Yin had asked the ninth spirit this question after the Fu Hiyuan incident. The ninth spirit had pointed up and said that it was above their heads. At that time, the foolish old man had said that the answer was not wrong. He had the answer, but Lu Yin did not understand it. The foolish old man raised his head and looked at the sky. "The ninth firmament universe is above the spiritualized universe. I don't know how it is done, but it is above." "Why are you so sure that it is above?" Lu Yin asked. The foolish old man did not hesitate and directly replied, "Because the way to go to the ninth firmament universe is to ascend to the heavens." "How to ascend to the heavens?" "That depends on whether the ninth firmament universe receives you. If it does, you can ascend to the heavens. If it doesn't, you can't even go to the Xianxia. What is your relationship with the Ru clan?" The foolish old man bowed and apologized. "We were neither enemies nor friends before, so there were some things that I could not say. I even lied to you." Now this old man apologizes. "No need. Just make it clear. The intelligible space domain was placed in the spiritualized universe by the Ru clan to keep an eye on beyond heaven." Lu Yin smiled. "You said that the Ru clan was placed in the Imperial God Mountain by the intelligible space domain to keep an eye on the Xianxia. Seems that it was completely the opposite. Please forgive me, Master Lu. Since the Ru clan is gone, why don't you find another backer?" "To be honest, Master Lu, the Imperial God of the Ninth Firmament Universe controls everything. The Ru clan is in charge of the Imperial God of the Imperial God, and the intelligible space domain is under the command of the Imperial God. If the Ru clan is destroyed, the person who attacked will pay the price. No one from the Ninth Firmament Universe will take over the intelligible space domain unless another Imperial God replaces the Ru clan. Even then, that Imperial God will establish a new power, or there will be a new power hidden in the spiritualized universe instead of the intelligible space domain. The intelligible space domain was established by Paramount from the beginning. It should be considered a spiritualized universe. Yes. Ever since Paramount disappeared, the intelligible space domain has changed. It is under our control, and it has changed from a spiritualized universe to a ninth firmament universe. Aren't you afraid of Paramount taking action? Yu Lao was silent for a moment and then he said in a low voice, Paramount has disappeared for too many years. His existence is enough to deter the Ninth Firmament Universe from overstepping their boundaries. However, if the Ninth Firmament Universe wants to do something, Paramount may not be able to stop them. If that's the case, why do you still want to rely on me? Lu Yin did not understand. Yu Lao was helpless. If the intelligible space domain does not find a backer, Yu Xian can destroy it with a flip of his palm. Now that Lu Xian has Paramount at his back and has done so many things, perhaps Paramount will take action. I do not hope to continue the intelligible space domain, but at least I can protect my own life. My life is to have a good beginning and a good end. Lu Yin understood. This old man wanted to protect himself, but no one from the Ninth Firmament Universe would accept him. After so many years of relying on the Ninth Firmament Universe, he had many conflicts with Yu Xian, and he did not have enough strength to protect himself. In the end, he could only come to Lu Yin. Are you not afraid that the spiritualized universe will besiege the limitless universe? Are you not afraid that my identity as a disciple of Paramount is fake? Are you not afraid that Yu Xian will break through to immortality? Yu Lao smiled bitterly. I'm more afraid that the next Ru family will be the intelligible space domain. Also. He paused and looked deeply at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you're only a progenitor. After the Fuha Spring, one of the questions he had asked was Lu Yin's cultivation level, which was also the last question. Lu Yin's answer was still unbelievable to him, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. If this was a reason, it wasn't unacceptable. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the chair and did not speak. He closed his eyes and pondered. Yu Lao stood in place without moving. In the distance, Yuan Qi looked at this scene with a complicated expression. In the hearts of many people from the spiritualized universe, the intelligible space domain status was even higher than that of the realm beyond heaven. This was because the intelligible space domain represented the history of the spiritualized universe. But now, the master of the intelligible space domain was standing in front of Lu Yin like a subordinate. For those from the spiritualized universe, this scene was not easy to accept. The Tianyuan universe was clearly at a disadvantage, and the spiritualized universe was condescending and thought that they could restart the Tianyuan universe at any time. Lu Yin had schemed against the Tianyuan universe's progenitor alone and suppressed the future scale of the Tianyuan universe's cultivation. The spiritualized universe's overall strength far surpassed the Tianyuan universe's, so how did it end up like this? Qing Yun and Qing Shao were also unable to accept this. This Yu Lao had a high status in the spiritualized universe and could enter the realm beyond heaven at any time. He was on equal footing with Xianxia, but now he was acting like this. If this news spread out, it would cause a huge uproar. The intelligible space domain had joined the boundless universe, but it did not mean that they had to bow their heads like this. After a while, Lu Yin opened his eyes. Is the intelligible space domain really willing to do anything for me? Yu Lao did not hesitate. As you command, Master Lu. Good, go join Yuya, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Yu Lao was stunned. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao. Don't tell me you don't know that the one who destroyed the Ru family was Yuya's god of defense. He is also the one who has been keeping an eye on me. You should know this. Yu Lao was naturally aware. He was the one who told Yuya this information, saying that Lu Yin had joined forces with the Eternal. Lu Yin only knew this through the Eternal. Lu Yin knew that Yu Lao would be able to guess it. Other than joining me, you have another way, and that is to join Yuya. Yu Lao did not know what to say. He looked at Lu Yin with a confused gaze. Did this person know that he had joined Yuya? Was he mocking him? Was he playing with him by saying so much? Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. Join Yuya. Just say that you are joining me on the surface and sell me some information. He will believe you. Yu Lao was stunned for a while and his voice was dry. Why? I want to know why Yuya is luring me to the Royal God Mountain, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao exhaled. Lu Yin knew that Yuya's god of defense was luring him to the Royal God Mountain, but he did not know the specific reason. If I'm not wrong, Emperor Wu's change in the 9 heavens might have come from Yuya. Yuya used Emperor Wu to deal with Yu Xian. Now that Emperor Wu is dead, he wants to lure me to the Royal God Mountain. I guess he wants to deal with Yu Xian as well, but I cannot take the risk. Pretend to join him first and see what he wants to do, then tell me, Lu Yin said. Chapter 3664. Yu Lao lowered his head, suspecting that Lu Yin was testing him. I'm sorry, Master Lu. It's not that I don't want to do it, but that I can't. What? I just said that only the Ru family can control the Divine Defense Mountain. Yu Ya's god of defense destroyed the Ru family, so he won't be able to explain himself in the Ninth Heaven universe. This is already a taboo, and if he takes in the Zhikong region, it will add to his crimes. He might not be able to bear the punishment of the god of defense. He knows that I understand this, so he won't believe me if I still rely on him. Is it that serious? Very serious. Yuao was solemn. In fact, the Zhikong region wasn't even famous in the Ninth Heaven universe. Relying on anyone wouldn't attract the attention of the god of defense, but he couldn't say this. Otherwise, it would be more reasonable for the Zhikong region to rely on Yu Ya rather than Wujiang. Lu Yin waved his hand. I don't care about this. Find a way to rely on Yu Ya and gain his trust. Find out what he wants from me. This is my test for you. Yu Lao didn't know what to say. It seemed that he had won the favor of both sides. To Yu Ya he should rely on Lu Yin on the surface, and to Lu Yin he should rely on Yu Ya on the surface. No matter who he relied on in the end, the other side would think that he was on his side. Yu Lao had lived for so many years, but he had never experienced such a thing. He really did curry favor with both sides. No one could say that he was a traitor. More importantly, this wasn't his doing and he was the passive one. The world was really strange. Did this count as having two backers? With the Ru family gone, there were Yu Ya and Lu Yin. What, you're not willing? Lu Yin raised his brows. Yu Lao quickly bowed. I'm willing. I'm willing to do anything for Master Lu. Lu Yin was satisfied. Good, tell me when you gain his trust. Go back. I'll take my leave. Lu Yin was lost in thought as he watched Yu Lao leave. Did he believe Yu Lao? Of course not. He wouldn't believe anything the old man said. What relying on Wujiang? What being cornered? He didn't believe any of it. Since the old man wanted to play, Lu Yin would let him play with Yu Ya. Let's see what he could do with Yu Ya. He couldn't forget the monolith's Dao debate, and how the old man had schemed against Wujiang. From start to finish he had been schemed against so many times that he had become numb to it. If it wasn't for his combat power he would have died many times over. Maybe there was someone behind this old man's help. Lu Yin had just sent Elder Yu off when someone else arrived. Unexpectedly, it was Ming Chuan from the Zhikong domain. Lu Yin felt that things were getting interesting as soon as Elder Yu left. Prince Yu arrived. Greetings, Lord Lu Sengtong. Yu Gongzi's expression was much more respectful than when he had first met Lu Yin. Lu Yin grunted, what is it? You used to you, Yu Lao's to you. You use you. Yes, I saw my master contacting the Royal God Mountain with my own eyes. I don't know what he said, but I'm sure he wants to join them, Yu Gongzi said. Lu Yin subconsciously looked up into outer space, and he could vaguely see Elder Yu's departing figure. Lu Yin had guessed correctly, as Elder Yu's decision to side with Lu Yin had been prompted by someone behind him. Elder Yu did not know of Yu Ya's existence, and he might not even be qualified to know of the Ninth Firmament universe, but he knew that the Imperial God Mountain and the Ru family were behind the Zhikong domain. At this moment, Elder Yu had contacted the Imperial God Mountain for some reason other than to side with them. Phoneless to say, Lu Yin knew how the old man had obtained the moon. Since Cliff trusted him, he must have told him about his alliance with eternity. Yu Ya was not in the spiritualized universe and could not see the situation clearly, but Elder Yu was very clear. Even the Ninth Spirit had guessed that he had joined forces with the Eternal One, much less this old bastard. What did I just say? Let this old fellow rely on Yu Ya. He really didn't know what to say. Thinking back to the old man's attitude just now, he didn't know what to say. If that was the case, it was Yu Ya who instructed him to seek refuge with her. He really had the same thoughts as her. Young Master Yu lowered his head and stood there quietly. Lu Yin looked at him. Why did you betray Elder Yu? Young Master Yu said, since ancient times, only the secret transmission could become the master of the Wisdom Sky domain. Ming Chuan was just a sacrifice. I wanted to change her fate. Lu Yin nodded and praised him. Good, I have always wanted to help you. Do you know why I left Qianmen Faidu alive? Young Master Yu was grateful. My lord deliberately left Qianmen Faidu alive to let me know how powerful the secret transmission was. It made me feel threatened. I'm very grateful. Lu Yin laughed. I can take Qianmen Faidu's life at any time. The advantage that the secret transmission has over you is nothing in my eyes. Do you understand? I understand. Young master, Yu bowed deeply. There was another reason for leaving Qianmen Faidu alive. He wanted to use the secret transmission to pressure Ming Chuan and force Ming Chuan to seek refuge with Lu Yin. Young master, Yu also knew about this, but he did not say it. It was just as Lu Yin had said. Qianmen Faidu was nothing. As long as Lu Yin was willing, he would be the master of the Wisdom Sky domain. Therefore he had come. Go back. You don't have to do anything. Just pretend that you never came here. I understand your intentions, Lu Yin said calmly. Young master, you respectfully retreated. After he left, Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted the Eternal. I want to talk to Qianmen Faidu. Qianmen Faidu? Don't tell me he's not with you. So you saw Qianmen Faidu take the old salamander away. I didn't expect that Qianmen Faidu would help the Wisdom Sky domain on the surface, but he's actually one of your people. Right, I suddenly remembered something. Lu Yin's expression turned serious and his eyes flickered. The Eternals have the 3 masters and 6 Hao. Could Qianmen Faidu be one of them? The 3 masters and 6 Hao of the Eternals had almost all appeared in the Tianyuan universe. Only one of the 3 masters had not appeared, and Lu Yin had almost forgotten about it. Since the Eternal had used Fengbua, it meant that the Eternal might have come to the spiritualized universe or even the 9 firmaments universe. It was not surprising that the 3 masters were here. Qianmen Faidu had a cultivation at the sequence law level, which was similar to the 3 masters and 6 Hao. The Eternal praised, I thought you forgot. Lu Yin frowned. You've hidden your methods well. I still lost to you. I'll let Qianmen Faidu contact you. Then the conversation ended. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone and his heart felt heavy. Was Qianmen Faidu one of the 3 masters? The Eternal did not admit or deny it. He hoped that it was. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to hide an unknown enemy. Even if the enemy's cultivation was inferior to his. Not long after, the spirit cloud stone vibrated. It was Qianmen Faidu. Lu Sangtian is looking for me? Lu Yin asked. Between the Wisdom Sky domain and the Eternals, who do you belong to now? Qianmen Faidu paused and said, I'll listen to Lord Eternal. Lu Yin smiled. So, your life no longer belongs to me. Qianmen Faidu had a toothache. Lu Yin had spared his life in the southbound sector. At that time, Lu Yin had said that he was in control of his life. Now he did not know what to say. Ever since he left that time, he did not plan to help Lu Yin find Meng Sangtian's whereabouts. Later he accidentally found out, but it also made him meet someone he would fear for the rest of his life. Compared to Lu Yin and the Wisdom Sky domain, he was more afraid of the Eternal. Not easy to answer? Then forget it. Let me ask you, what happened in the Wisdom Sky domain? Qianmen Faidu was prepared. He said in a low voice, and Chuan is dead. Lu Yin was surprised. And Chuan is dead? Yes. I don't know why, but the foolish old man suddenly killed An Chuan. No one knows about this except for me, Ming Chuan, and that guardian. Now that guardian is guarding Ming Chuan. I was also ordered by the foolish old man to listen to Ming Chuan's orders. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. When did this happen? A few days ago. A few days ago? The foolish old man must have contacted the Royal God Mountain. In that case, Ming Chuan was the future master of the Wisdom Sky domain. He told Lu Yin that he wanted to change his fate. In fact, he was the one who had won Lu Yin's trust. The foolish old man was just a cover. The foolish old man knew that Lu Yin would not trust him, so he deliberately tried to make Ming Chuan gain Lu Yin's trust. In order to make Ming Chuan work for him, there must be a price. The price was the future of the Wisdom Sky domain. This old man knew that Lu Yin wanted to interfere in the battle between the Ming Chuan and the Dark Chuan. He knew that Lu Yin would instinctively trust Lu Yin. If not for the Thousand Gates crossing, Lu Yin would not have known about this. However, no matter how treacherous this old man was, he still had someone in the dark. However, wasn't the price of gaining Lu Yin's trust too high? Directly telling Lu Yin that the foolish old man had contacted the Royal God Mountain was the same as telling Lu Yin that the foolish old man had deliberately approached him and betrayed him. Lu Yin did not think that the foolish old man was willing to pay such a price to gain Lu Yin's trust. This old man really wanted to live and was not faking it. Was he not afraid that Lu Yin would kill him out of anger if this matter was exposed? Or perhaps the foolish old man did not let Ming Chuan approach him to betray him. This was Ming Chuan's own decision and there was someone else behind him? The Wisdom Sky domain believed that their intelligence was ahead of the spiritualized universe by an era. Every generation there would be a battle between the Ming Chuan and the Dark Chuan to choose the most outstanding and intelligent successor. The successor was indeed very intelligent but also very selfish. Regardless, the Wisdom Sky domain believed that they were close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin would see what they wanted to do next. In the Wisdom Sky domain, the foolish old man sat on a boat and looked at the reeds with a complicated expression. The foolish young master walked over. "Master, come up," the foolish old man said. The foolish young master was excited. "Yes." The two sat opposite each other. "Do you know the significance of being able to sit here?" the foolish old man asked. The foolish young master was excited. "Yes, you are either an important guest or the next master." Old Yu nodded. Outsiders don't know the significance of this boat at all. The Zhikong domain has been passed down for a long time, and this boat is also passed down for a long time. Outsiders can board it, but only the future master of the Zhikong domain can board it. You are the only heir of the Zhikong domain who has boarded the boat. The foolish young master stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity, master." The foolish old man waved his hand. "Sit." The foolish young master suppressed the excitement in his heart and sat down. "How is Lu Sangtiang?" "I have gained his trust." "What did you say?" Chapter 3665. Yu Gongzi hurriedly got up and knelt down. "Please forgive me, master. I spoke ill of you." Yu Lao laughed. "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Get up." Yu Gongzi heaved a sigh of relief and got up. "I said that I wanted to change my fate. I hated Master and wanted to replace Master as the master of the intelligible domain. Therefore he believed me." Yu Lao nodded. "That's good." After that, he sighed deeply with a complicated expression. He got up and stood at the edge of the boat watching the water flow past. The intelligible domain is at the point of life and death. The Ru family is gone. We have to protect ourselves. There are some things that we disdained to do before, but now we have to do them. You are the first master in the history of the intelligible domain. Not only did you change history, but you also have the fate of inheriting the intelligible domain. This is a huge responsibility. Do you know that? Yu Gongzi bowed. "I understand." After a long silence, Yu Lao turned around and looked at Yu Gongzi. "Once we complete that person's orders, the intelligible domain will be stabilized. All the external factors of the spiritualized universe will be resolved, and everything will return to normal. I will travel the universe and the intelligible domain will belong to you." Yu Gongzi panicked. "Master, I still can't meet the requirements. Please stay and continue to protect the intelligible domain." Yu Lao waved his hand. "We will talk about it when the time comes. Remember, you must gain the trust of Lu Sangtian. Only then will we have a chance to succeed." "Yes, I understand." Yu Gongzi lowered his head. His gaze was not respectful at all. It was cold. In the South Turing world, Lu Yin continued to dig bricks. The perception Immortal was really something. He forced the ninth spirit to be unable to return. After a few days, Yu Lao contacted him. "Master Lu, I have gained the trust of Yu Ye's god of defense." Lu Yin was curious. "How did you gain his trust?" Yu Ye was really anxious to get this old guy to contact him so quickly. "Actually, it's not that I gained his trust, but that he wanted to find me. Because the Ru family was destroyed, Yu Ye's god of defense had to monitor the spiritualized universe on behalf of the Ru family. He could only exist in the god of defense mountain, and someone had to monitor the spiritualized universe for him. Before this, the god of defense at Yu Ye had some people working for him, but some time ago when he was looking for the spirit seed, almost all of them were exposed. He had no choice but to try to take over the Wisdom Sky domain. I happened to contact the god of defense mountain, so I naturally got close to him." Lu Yin laughed. "What a coincidence, it seems like what I did some time ago helped you. Alright, then help me find out why he lured me to the Royal Divine Mountain." Yu Lao said, "There's no need to ask." After this old man submitted to Yu Ye's god of defense, he also asked this old man to think of a way to lure Master Lu to God of Defense Mountain. Lead them to the Royal God Mountain? Not tomorrow's beast palm? Lu Yin looked at the spirit cloud stone. This old man was trying to equate the tomorrow's beast palm with the Royal God Mountain to lower his guard, just like how Gu Yao and Ru Mu had both said that they would take him to the Royal God Mountain. The more they tried to mislead him, the more wary he became. The bright sun beast's hand didn't lead to the Imperial God Mountain. Maybe it led to the continent of the 9 clouds. The reason is that the god of defense of the moon horizon wants to take Master Lu as his disciple. Old Yu's voice sounded. Lu Yin was stunned. Take me as his disciple? Old Yu praised. Yes, congratulations, Master Lu. The god of defense of the moon horizon has taken a fancy to Master Lu. If Master Lu is willing, you can take him as your master. Why? This old man is not sure, he didn't say, but this old man guessed that it should be related to Xianxia. The god of defense of the moon horizon wants someone to replace Xianxia. Previously he had chosen Emperor Wu, but Emperor Wu was defeated by Master Lu, so he leaned towards Master Lu. Especially since Master Lu is so young and in the ancestor realm, you are the best candidate for the god of defense of the moon horizon. You can replace Xianxia and help the god of defense of the moon horizon, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Yin was speechless. In order to lure him, this old man could think of any reason. Master Lu, are you willing to take the god of defense of the moon horizon as your master? Old Yu asked. Lu Yin said, what do you think? Old Yu Lao said, this old man can't say. With Master Lu's status as the master of the Tianyuan universe, even if you want to take him as your master, it should be the god of defense. But the god of defense can't be seen, it's a pity. So it's come. You said before that there are only 3 gods of defense, there is 1 empty position. Lu Yin continued. Old Yu Lao replied, yes. Who is most likely to become the god of defense? This should be the god of defense of the moon horizon. In the current situation, there are only 2 who can compete with the god of defense of the moon horizon. One is the god of defense of the star sail, and the other is the god of defense of the moon horizon. These 2 gods of defense have no advantage against the god of defense of the moon horizon, especially the god of defense of the pill vessel. He is not good at killing, so it will be very difficult for him to break through to the immortal realm. The god of defense of the star sail also has his own limitations, and he has also offended the god of defense. So, whether it is considering his own strength or the situation of the 9th firmament universe, the one who is most likely to become the god of defense is the god of defense of the moon horizon. But everything can be unexpected, Master Lu, it is better to consider carefully. Lu Yin was moved. The god of defense is qualified to be my master, but the god of defense is not available now. I can only come in contact with the gods of defense. Among them, the god of defense of the moon horizon is the most likely to succeed, and he is also interested in me. This is an opportunity. Yu Lao did not say anything else, it was enough for him to say anything more. Continue to help me gather information. If I really become the disciple of the god of defense of the moon horizon, and he successfully becomes the god of defense, you will benefit a lot, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao said respectfully, if this is true, the crisis of the Tianyuan universe will be resolved, and Master Lu will become the god of defense or even the god of defense one day. This old man is willing to serve Master Lu. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone and continued to dig through the bricks. Now that he had shown his loyalty, the next step was to lure him to the sun beast's palm. He wanted to see what reason this old man would use to attract him. In the Zhikong domain, Yu Lao put down the spirit cloud stone. Master, will Lu Sangtian believe it? Yu Lao asked. Yu Lao shook his head and his eyes turned cold. How can he believe it? The god of defense of the moon horizon tried to lure him to the sun beast's palm time and time again, but he saw through it. He will not believe it no matter how tempting it is. Then what should we do? The next step is up to you. You are the only one he can trust. Yes. The 36 domains of the spiritualized universe were immersed in the news that the Zhikong domain had joined the Wujiang domain, and countless people were discussing it. As for the Heavens Craftsman domain, under the lead of Grandmaster Ling Zhuo, a group of cultivators headed towards a certain direction in the universe. Little fatty Ling Tong was among them, and his eyes darted around as he looked at this and that. His expression kept changing as if he had seen a ghost. In front of him, an old man turned around and smiled at Ling Tong. Ling Tong was shocked. Third Grandpa. Hee little fatty, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Third Grandpa is proud of you. The old man laughed strangely, and the skin on his face drooped as if it would fall off at any moment. Ling Tong stared blankly at the old man and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Thank you for your praise, Third Grandpa. He. Ling Tong gulped. Didn't this old man die a long time ago? Back then he had seen him being buried with his own eyes. How could he still be alive? What the hell? What the hell? Suddenly, his shoulder sank as a hand landed on it. Little Fatty was so frightened that he almost fainted. Slowly turning his head, he saw an old woman with a head full of white hair. Her smile was like a ghost, and her eyes were so dark that the pupils could not be seen. Little Fatty screamed, "Ghost!" With a slap, Little Fatty was hit. "What are you screaming for? Don't you recognize fifth great-grandma?" Little Fatty's face turned pale and he was about to cry. Fifth great-grandma? I didn't expect our clan to have such an outstanding junior. Among the juniors only you can follow us. Not bad, The old woman laughed strangely. Little Fatty trembled. "Thank you, fifth great-grandma. Your portrait is still enshrined in my house. Do you want me to burn something?" The old man in front turned around. "Fifth great-grandma, don't scare a child." The old woman stared over. "Little thing, is it your turn to talk to me? Go back." The old man turned around obediently. The old woman smiled at Little Fatty. "Don't be afraid, great-grandma will give you candy." "Thank you, great-grandma." At the front, Ling's voice rang out. "Silence. Don't tell anyone what happened today. Otherwise, my Heaven's Craftsman domain will be destroyed." A group of cultivators looked up. Light flashed past and all of them looked very old. Little Fatty Ling Tong trembled. He felt that something big was about to happen. These old fellows were clearly dead, but they were all hiding. Now he did not know what they wanted to do. They even brought him along. He did not want any outstanding juniors. He just wanted to go home. "My men have been dispatched. This method can only be used once. For you, the price I paid is greater than the sky." "I know. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. More than half of the 36 domains will not go back on my words." I'm really looking forward to fishing." "I'm looking forward to it too." Time continued to pass. Many cultivators in the spiritualized universe wandered the parallel space-time, searching for hidden consciousness life forms. This was the only reason why the expedition had not begun. As long as they could find the 13 hidden celestial phenomena, they could go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. The list had been confirmed. Countless cultivators were looking forward to it. In order to buy time, Xianxia walked out of Sky Beyond and headed to the parallel spacetime to search. In the boat region, the 6 spacetime battleships had been repaired. They were now doing their best to maintain their limitless state. Countless resources from the spiritualized universe were constantly gathering at the border, waiting for the battleships to arrive. Currently, the biggest cultivation craze in the spiritualized universe was spiritual battle techniques. Prodigies would try their best to obtain consciousness life forms, especially those cultivators who could follow the battleships to the consciousness universe. They were even more eager to obtain consciousness life forms. For this reason, the value of consciousness life forms in the spiritualized universe had doubled, but it still could not keep up with the demand. The intent realm attracted many cultivators, all of whom wanted to obtain consciousness life forms from the intent realm. In the beginning, many forces sent consciousness life forms to the intent realm to avoid becoming bait. Now they regretted it. However, it was impossible for them to go back. They could only buy them. Xianxia had a headache. Some people could be rejected, but there were not many consciousness life forms in the intent realm. Helpless, he could only seek help from Sky Beyond. Chapter 3666. The outside world was in chaos because of the expedition to the universe of consciousness. When Lu Yin found out that Xianxia had gone to a parallel timeline to search for the 13 celestial phenomenon, he knew that Xianxia was trying to avoid interfering in the game between him and Yuya. If Xianxia was like that, one could imagine how high the status of the Nine Clouds universe was. Just like that, a few months passed. Lu Yin continued to dig up bricks in the southbound realm, never getting tired of it. In the starry sky of his heart, the amount of liquid formed by the spirit seed had increased by quite a bit, but more than half of the spirit seed had yet to melt. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. For the time being, this amount of liquid was enough. It wasn't easy to pry open the bricks of the Karma City wall. At this moment he raised his head to look at the starry sky. Prince Yu had arrived. "Greetings, Master Lu." Yu Gongzi bowed. Lu Yin waved a hand. "All right, what is it?" Prince Yu said, "Old Yu wants me to lead Master Lu to the North Mountain region. The reason is that it leads to the 9 heavens universe. Lu Yin was surprised. To the 9th heaven universe? Young Master Yu replied respectfully, I don't know if it's true or not. That's what he told me to tell Master Lu. Lu Yin sized young Master Yu up and said, if you tell me now, not only will you be able to complete his orders, you will also be able to answer to me. Not a bad plan. Young Master Yu was shocked and he hurriedly knelt down. This must be a trap. I've never heard of any connection between the Beishan region and the Zhikong region. Master Lu, please investigate thoroughly. Lu Yin tapped the void and a spiritualized star chart appeared. The North Mountain region. That's right, he remembered now. The first consciousness life form that was integrated into the North Mountain region was the slave of the 15th Peak Master of the North Mountain region. The 15th Peak Master was the son of the North Mountain region's Peak Master. What a coincidence, he actually wanted to lead him there. There's one more thing that I think might be related. Speak. A group of people from the Heavens Craftsman domain went to the Northern Mountain region. Lu Yin raised his brows. Heavens Craftsman realm? Young Master Yu said respectfully, just a few months ago Heavens Craftsman Realm's Grandmasterlings were brought a group of cultivators to the North Mountain region in secret. No one knew what they were going to do and Master didn't mention it either. But it was too coincidental. Master wanted to lead Master Lu to the North Mountain region, and coincidentally, a group of people from Heaven's Craftsman Realm also went to the North Mountain region. Lu Yin praised, not bad, you're still somewhat useful. Otherwise, I would have thought that you were pretending to join me. Young Master Yu hurriedly declared, I don't dare. What was the connection between the Heavens Craftsman Realm, the Beishan Realm and the Zhikong Realm? In the past the Ru clan was behind the Zhikong domain. Now it was the Moon Cliff. Most of the people from the Moon Cliff were exposed when they were searching for spirit seeds. They did not involve the North Mountain region or the Heavens Craftsman region. Heavens Craftsman domain, the world of spirit threads. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he recalled the strange sight he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit. Aside from the 7 funnels, there was also a huge Ling character that was constantly floating up and shrinking to form a triangle. The Ling character was made up of spirit threads that seemed to be related to the 7 funnels. If one wanted to reverse the flow of the liquid within the funnels, they would need to rely on the Ling character to support it. Since the word Ling was related to the funnel, it meant that it was related to the 9 clouds universe. He had thought about this before, so he had investigated the Heavens Craftsman realm when he was snatching the consciousness life forms, but he didn't find anything. After that he didn't care anymore. Now that the Heavens Craftsman realm suddenly made a move, it must be related to the 9 clouds universe. If it wasn't someone from Moon Cliff. Starsail. Lu Yin recalled this person. In the letter that Emperor Wu had sent him, he had said that the changes in the 9 heavens came from Starsail. However, the ballad had said that the changes in the 9 heavens came from Moon Cliff, so the meaning was very simple. Moon Cliff and Starsail had joined forces. This time the people from Moon Cliff were Elder Yu, while the people from the Heavens Craftsman realm were from Starsail. They were working together to do something. Was it the Beishan region? If it wasn't the palm of tomorrow's beast, then they were planning to bring him to the 9 clouds universe? Could it be that this Beishan region really led to the 9 clouds universe? The true essence of lies was the truth and falsehood. Elder Yu's words about the Beishan region leading to the 9 clouds universe might not be false. Elder Yu wants you to tell me now, which means that I can go to the Beishan region at any time and that I can be schemed against at any time, Lu Yin said. Yu Gongzi fell silent. He didn't know either. In this entire game he was just a part of it and so was his master. They didn't know what the real game was. Where's that old guy? Lu Yin asked. Yu Gongzi replied, he's in the Zhikong region. Lu Yin sneered. The old guy wanted Yu Gongzi to tell him, but he acted as if he didn't know anything. In fact, it wasn't that easy to lure him over. Lure that old guy over, Lu Yin ordered. Yu Gongzi thought for a moment. I'll do it right away. Lu Yin didn't teach him what to do and he didn't need to teach him because this was Elder Yu's plan. Yu Gongzi only needed to tell Elder Yu the truth. Yu Gongzi did tell him the truth. Elder Yu frowned. You're worried? Yu Gongzi replied, yes, Master Lu is still wary of me. He said that he will go the next time you go to the Beishan region. He wants me to keep an eye on you. Elder Yu nodded. That's normal. The god of defense from Moon Cliff made him more cautious. Since that's the case, I'll go. Master, it won't be dangerous, right? Yu Gongzi was worried. Elder Yu smiled. It's fine, this is a scheme against Master Lu. I don't know how it will turn out, but I know myself well. I haven't reached the stage where I can be schemed against by the god of defense. Wait a few more days, I'll go after a few more days. A few days later, Elder Yu walked out of the Zhikong region and headed towards the Beishan region. Yu Gongzi reported to Lu Yin right after Elder Yu left. Lu Yin stood up and walked out of the southbound boundary. He knew that it was Yu Ye's scheme, but he still wanted to take a look. This scheme was within his expectations. He wanted to take the opportunity to know how Yu Ye was going to deal with him and the use of the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Otherwise, it would be even more disadvantageous for him if he didn't know about the scheme the next time. Qing Yun and Qing Shao heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lu Yin leaving. He finally left, but Yuanqi was still here and he would come back. In the Beishan region, mountain peaks stood tall in the starry sky. Looking from afar, they looked like sharp blades or vague giants overlooking the surroundings. Lu Yin looked at the Beishan region and was surprised. He didn't expect the Beishan region, which didn't have much strength, to have such tall mountains under the word Ling. The height of these mountains was not lower than the mountains in the Wanshou border. He came here secretly. Before this, Elder Yu had already arrived outside the Beishan region. His mission was to lure Lu Yin into the Beishan region. As for what would happen next, he didn't know. Looking at the boundary of the Beishan region, Elder Yu didn't think that he was qualified to be schemed against, but he was still afraid and didn't dare to enter. As for the group from the Heaven's Craftsman realm, they had already left. Elder Yu didn't know what they had done. It was already amazing that he could sense that a group of people from the Heaven's Craftsman realm had come to the Beishan region. At this moment, the Beishan region was no different from before. Cultivators of the various peaks. They cultivated as usual and went out. Everyone was experiencing their own life. Perhaps in their eyes, a certain senior brother of a certain peak was already a legend, and a certain peak master was enough for them to look up to. However, they didn't know that the sky of the Beishan region was about to change. Only Mountain Master Ling Feng knew something about the situation, but he didn't know the details. There were 17 peaks in the Beishan region. A few months ago, Mountain Master Ling Feng ordered the 17 peak masters to return to their positions. These peak masters didn't know the reason, and the 15 peak masters couldn't get an answer when they asked. Ling Feng only ordered one thing, and that was to arrange the 17 peaks into a formation. The Beishan region had an ancient method of arranging the peaks since ancient times. It wasn't a spirit treasure array, but the peak masters were used to calling it a formation. They didn't know the meaning of this array arrangement. Since ancient times, many peak masters had tried to deduce the arrangement, including the previous mountain masters, but to no avail. They thought that this formation would never be used, but they didn't expect it to be used all of a sudden. At this moment, what appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others was the Beishan region after the formation. Other than the high peaks, there was nothing special about it. Outside the Beishan region, Lu Yin saw Elder Yu and then Eternity. He didn't expect that Eternity would also come. My Healing Series game. Beside Eternity was Rugua. They couldn't find Lu Yin, and Elder Yu couldn't find Lu Yin either, but he knew that Lu Yin should be here. In the distance, Eternity and Rugua looked at the Beishan region. Is this the place? Elder Yu said so. He asked us to come here and wait for the orders of Mooncliff's god of defense. Rugua's expression was calm. Eternity looked around and fixed his gaze in one direction. There Lu Yin was looking at him and the two looked at each other. Eternity was a little surprised, but he quickly figured it out. He couldn't help but look at the Beishan region. So this was a trap for Lu Yin. Elder Yu, did you join Mooncliff's god of defense? Eternity suddenly asked. Rugua's expression was ugly. He looked at Elder Yu's back in the distance and didn't speak. Eternity laughed. Don't mind it. It's normal. Let's go and meet him. After that he walked toward Elder Yu. Rugua followed closely behind. Soon Elder Yu saw them. His expression was unnatural. He was facing Rugua. He was in an awkward position now. Whether it was Wu Jiang or Yu Ya, it was tantamount to betraying the Ru family. What's going on? Rugua asked. Elder Yu replied, I don't know. Mooncliff's god of defense asked us to wait here. He could lie to Lu Yin that this place was directly connected to the ninth heaven universe, but he couldn't lie to Rugua. Rugua and Eternity came here for Eternity. Ye paid a huge price to ask Xingfan to use the Beishan region as his trump card. He wasn't willing to just bait Lu Yin. Eternity was also his target. This person dared to trick him, which was unforgivable. As for Rugua, it didn't matter. Rugua looked at the Beishan region in front of him and frowned. Are they waiting for Moon Servant? Eternity's heart skipped a beat. Moon Servant. Rugua said in a deep voice, Moon Cliff servants are called Moon Servants. There should be many spiritualized universe. Maybe there are Moon Servants in this Beishan region. The person who looked for me before was also a Moon Servant? Eternity asked. Elder Yu nodded. Should be. After waiting for a while, Elder Yu still couldn't find any trace of Lu Yin. He looked at the Beishan region and then looked into the distance. He said helplessly, let's go in. He really didn't want to enter the Beishan region. He knew that this was a trap for Lu Yin, but if Lu Yin didn't go in, this trap would fail. He wouldn't be able to explain it to Yuya. When the time came, only death would await them. He could only take the risk. Chapter 3667. He could only blame Yuya for being too clumsy and Lu Yin teaming up with Eternity to see through his intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid of the Beishan region. Looking at the Beishan region, it was obviously a very ordinary region, but it made him feel cold all over. He had no choice but to head there. Suddenly, a huge force came from behind and pushed the old man towards the Beishan region. This force came from Lu Yin. On the other side, Eternity's floating lanterns were slashed and pushed towards the Beishan region. This was a tacit agreement between Lu Yin and Eternity. They pushed the two into the Beishan region at the same time. Lu Yin couldn't enter the Beishan region. He knew it was a trap, so why would he test it? Yuya and Xingfan were lesser deities on the same level as Xianxia. Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could ignore them with his own strength. Not to mention that Eternity was also a great enemy. The only thing he needed to do was to push the foolish old man in and test the trap. The Beishan region might seem peaceful, but it would be different if he went in. He didn't know if this trap was only targeted at him, but it was fine for the foolish old man to go in, so he might as well test it out. The ninth firmament universe couldn't affect the spiritualized universe that easily, and this trap couldn't be controlled at will. Also, Lu Yin had observed that the people in the Beishan region couldn't come out. This proved that the Beishan region had changed. As for Eternity's attack, it was within Lu Yin's expectations. The two didn't discuss it and attacked at the same time. One used the foolish old man to test it out while the other used Rugua. The foolish old man was pushed into the Beishan region. He was shocked and tried to use his cultivation to suppress the oppressive force. Suddenly, the Beishan region shook, and the 17 peaks trembled at the same time. Spiritual threads shot out from the 17 peaks and pointed towards the sky before falling down from the sky. The 17 spiritual threads merged and pierced towards the foolish old man. Rugua was pushed into the Beishan region by Eternity, but he wasn't as foolish as the foolish old man. Under the pressure of Eternity and Eternity's power, he forcefully turned around and went in another direction. He didn't really enter the Beishan region. The spiritual threads pierced into the foolish old man's body from the sky, and the severe pain made him pale. He was shocked as his body was pierced by the spiritual threads. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. The spiritual threads were like fish hooks that caught the foolish old man and dragged him towards the sky. Boss Yu shouted, "Wrong, it wasn't me, I was wrong." Above the starry sky, the spirit threads flickered, and the entire 36 domains in the spiritualized universe trembled. The word spirit that connected the 36 domains trembled slightly, and in the next moment, the spirit threads dispersed from Yu Lao's body. In a split second, Yu Lao's blood splattered across the starry sky as his body was torn into pieces and exploded on the 17th peak of the North Mountain region. Countless cultivators on the 17th peak were dumbfounded. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. He saw clearly that it was Elder Yu, the master of the intelligible space domain. He was a top-notch figure in the spiritualized universe, yet he had died just like that. Those were spiritual threads. What on earth had those people from the Heavens Craftsman realm done? What was the situation with the 17 peaks of the North Mountain region? At this moment, the 17 spirit threads scattered and pierced back into the 17 peaks. On the 17 peaks, many spirit seeds floated out from the bodies of the cultivators, and the cultivators died in droves. When Ling Feng saw this, his eyes turned red. No, how could this be? He soared into the sky wanting to stop them. However, a spirit thread swept past him and his spirit seed came out of his body. It floated up and merged with the spirit thread. The 17 spirit threads were like 17 monsters, massacring the entire Beishan region in just a moment. Outside the Beishan region, Eternity and Ruguo watched in shock. This was the first time they had seen a spirit seed die after it left the body of a cultivator. Although Ian had seen this happen a few times, every time he saw it he would feel a chill run down his spine. This was not just 1 or 2 cultivators, but an entire region's cultivators, and they had all died just like that. The 9 Firmaments universe did not treat spiritualized cultivators as human beings. When all the cultivators in the Beishan region died, their spirit seeds were absorbed by the spirit threads. Each of the 17 spirit threads was like the previous ones that had fused together. They danced and spun, then suddenly pierced towards the 3 people outside the Beishan region. The spirit threads had been controlled. It should be either the astral sail or the lunar edge. Lu Yin pointed a finger and his battle force of the Palm Realm struck the spirit threads. They were broken, but more spirit threads came from another direction. He waved his hand and the spirit threads were broken again. No matter how tough these spirit threads had become, they could not pierce through Lu Yin. Ruguo and Eternity had also easily broken their spirit threads. If the person behind them thought that he could deal with them with just his spirit threads, then that would be a joke. Even if the god of defense under the lunar edge personally took action, he might not be able to do anything to the 3 of them. Ruguo did not consider the fact that he had been tricked by Eternity. He just wanted to leave, and this matter had nothing to do with him. At that moment the 17 peaks trembled. Only the ordinary people in the Beishan region trembled as they watched the world change. The 17 peaks moved, and one peak connected to another as if they had a mind of their own. The Beishan region shattered, and mournful wails and cries of despair rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Although Lu Yin was hostile to the spiritualized universe, it had nothing to do with these ordinary people. He took a step forward and descended upon the 15th peak, suppressing it. More spirit threads shot out from the peak, but it was not just 17. Instead, countless spirit threads danced in the air. The Heavens Craftsman realm had buried too many spirit threads in the Beishan region. Although these spirit threads were not as tough as the 17, they were still quite strong when combined. Looking back, the Beishan region now looked like a monster. Under the dancing spirit threads, it looked ferocious and terrifying. The 17 peaks overlapped and all of the spirit threads converged. Most of the spirit threads formed a fishing rod, and the spirit threads that absorbed the spirit seeds formed a fishing line that dropped down and pierced towards Lu Yin, wanting to fish him away. Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. What extravagance! With the Beishan region as their base, they were using the fishing rod to forcefully fish him out of the spiritualized universe and into the 9 Firmaments universe. For this, they did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of an entire region. The ruthlessness of the 9 Firmaments universe was displayed in front of Lu Yin at that moment. Back then, the spiritualized universe had ignored the survival of the Tianyuan universe and wanted to restart itself. This had filled Lu Yin with hostility and disgust towards the spiritualized universe. Now, the 9 Firmaments universe had once again made him experience this feeling. The spirit threads continued to stab at him. A voice descended from the heavens. 9 Firmaments Guide, why are you resisting? Lu Yin looked up. Are you Xingfan or Yuya? That's not important. 9 Firmaments Guide, destiny triumphs over the heavens. Come with me. The spirit threads pierced out. Lu Yin flicked his finger and restrained the spirit threads. If you want to guide me, come down yourself. I'll give you a chance. You're the god of dual defense. If you achieve eternal life one day, you can ascend to the god of dual defense. Lu Yin sneered. Is this a gift? It's a gift, but it's also pity. Where's Grandmaster Qingqiao? Is he the god of dual defense? There's no need to resist. It's futile. Come with me. This time the spirit threads changed. A vast power descended from the heavens and pierced towards Lu Yin along the spirit threads. This power was completely different from before, and it made Lu Yin experience the fear that Fengbua and the 9th spirit had given him. This was the power of the 9 Firmaments universe. Above the spirit threads, he could vaguely see a pair of eyes looking at him with a sense of superiority and pity for mortals. At that moment, the 36 domain spirit threads trembled even more clearly. Lu Yin saw 7 funnels appear, and in the middle of the 7 funnels was a rectangular object that constantly emanated karma. The other party was serious. Lu Yin did not need to use karma to collide with the azure sword to see the karma. Furthermore, the word Ling appeared and constantly floated up and gradually shrunk. Lu Yin had seen this scene on the day of the sacrifice. The word Ling had formed a triangle and poured the liquid in the 7 funnels into the heavens. Now the other party was using this method to deal with him. With the 17 peaks below and the word Ling above, they formed an infinitely high power. As long as the spirit threads touched him, they could use this power to fish him into the 9 firmaments universe. It was similar to a springboard and it borrowed the power of the universe itself. No matter how strong a cultivator's power was, it could not compare to the universe itself. Unless Lu Yin completely avoided the spirit threads. This was also what the other party wanted to do. He did not know whether it was the lunar horizon or the astral sail, but the power had already followed the spirit threads. This was already considered a direct confrontation. This power had not even appeared, but it had already torn foolish old to shreds. Now they were confident that they could fish Lu Yin. But it was unknown whether it was fate or their bad luck. But Lu Yin did not need to fight them directly. This was the North Mountain region, and there were consciousness life forms that had been integrated here before. If they wanted to fish Lu Yin from the spiritualized universe to the 9 firmaments universe, they had to use the 17 peaks as the foundation, the word Ling as the support, and the spirit threads as the line. But Lu Yin could precisely make it lack one link. Lu Yin had been standing on the 15th peak, and beneath his feet was the consciousness life form that he had integrated with before. He had just integrated with it and had seen the array that the 17 peaks were arranged in. Now, the 17 peaks could overlap as the foundation because of that array. Although it was not a sourcebox array, this array was too simple for Lu Yin, the number 1 array celestial master in the Tianyuan universe. He had seen through the array of the 17 peaks, and it would be easy for him to break it. But at this moment he did not want to break it. The array could be followed or reversed. Since the 9 firmaments universe wanted to fish him out, then what about the reverse? Lu Yin used reverse steps and parallel time to avoid the spirit thread attacks. He circled to the back of the peak and pushed. Changes appeared on the 17 peaks. Eternal, you can help the 9 firmaments universe deal with me, or you can help me plot against the 9 firmaments universe. It's up to you, Lu Yin shouted, his voice spreading into the distance. In the distance, Eternal did not move. Yuya's main target was still Lu Yin. If Lu Yin did not enter the North Mountain region, it would be very difficult to fish him out. As for Eternal, he had been forgotten. Yuya and the others could forget about Eternal, but Lu Yin could not. He had been watching to prevent Eternal from attacking him. Now he wanted to plot against the 9 firmaments universe. Without Eternal's cooperation he would not be able to do it. Eternal did not hesitate and stood in front of the 17 peaks to resist the spirit threads. They're not just fishing for you. They're also fishing for me. I can't take this lying down. With Eternal blocking the spirit threads, Lu Yin quickly moved the 17 peaks and reversed the array. The 9 firmaments universe used the 17 peaks as the foundation, and the word Ling carried the power. Lu Yin used the word Ling as the foundation to resist the pressure of the 17 peaks, but the true power was himself. Lanterns floated and Lu Yin's consciousness opened the 9 firmaments. Chapter 3668. A terrifying aura swept across the Beishan region and spread to the surroundings, gradually spreading throughout the entire spiritualized universe. It caused the starry sky of the spiritualized universe to darken. The spiritualized universe experts were shocked. Was this feeling from Yu Sangtian or Lu Sangtian? They had experienced this feeling during the battle at Fu Heyuan and now they felt it again. No one expected that such a huge battle would occur under the word spirit. Although Yu Ya and Xingfan did not appear personally, no one in the spiritualized universe could avoid this fishing technique. Lu Yin used the change of the 9 heavens, the battle force of the mastery realm, and infinite strength to grab the fishing rod made of spirit threads. He roared, "Rise!" The spirit threads pierced through the starry sky from bottom to top and headed towards the endless sky. The spirit threads disappeared and entered the starry sky. In the next moment the starry sky collapsed and the void distorted. The universe collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if an invisible force was unbearable to the universe. Lu Yin and Eternal looked up and felt as if the sky was collapsing. However, this feeling only lasted for an instant. Immediately after, fog fell as if rain had fallen in the Beishan region. It wasn't heavy as it only covered the Beishan region, but it wasn't small either. To ordinary people, the Beishan region was already boundless and contained stars. Lu Yin raised his hand and touched the fog. His gaze changed. What is this? Suddenly, an intense sense of danger made his scalp tingle. Eternal's sword stabbed towards him from behind. Lu Yin turned around. Behind him, the sword of heaven slashed out from the 9 heavens. With a ping sound, the Eternal was astonished. His sword had been caught off guard, and it had shattered the sword shadow's time. It should have been a sure kill strike, but it had actually been blocked. Lu Yin was vigilant. As expected, he still attacked. Eternal looked at Lu Yin deeply. The two of them were now shrouded in fog. This fog came from the 9 heavens universe and seemed to be a kind of power. Your swordsmanship is very strange. Lu Yin's terrifying aura locked onto Eternal. I have already experienced your swordsmanship. I have to say that it is still as powerful as ever. Then can you stop me today? Yes. After saying that, Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and a person walked out. It was primogenitor, Tai Chu. Eternal raised his eyebrows. You actually followed me here. You didn't make a move just now just to deal with me? Primogenitor looked at Eternal and sighed. We finally meet again, Eternal. Yongheng smiled. Tai Chu, how long has it been since you and I felt a sense of danger? 6 swords revolved behind the primogenitor. It has been some time, but ever since the spiritualized universe appeared, this feeling has become more and more obvious. Eternal said, actually, you're doing better than me because I've always known about the existence of the spiritualized universe and the 9 heavens universe. That's all for today. He looked at Lu Yin. It was a pleasure working with you. It's good that you're still alive. Give the 9th firmament universe a few more surprises. After that, he took a step back and disappeared into the void. Lu Yin and the primogenitor did not stop him. First of all, they were not confident that they could keep the Eternal. Second of all, they still needed this person to deal with the spiritualized universes and the 9 heavens universe. Just like how the Eternals felt that Lu Yin was the greatest threat and had no choice but to cooperate with them, Lu Yin also needed external help. External help that was motivated by benefits and bound by hatred could sometimes be very reliable. At the very least, they would understand you. After the Eternal left, the primogenitor looked at the North Mountain region and shook his head. There's no need to involve ordinary people in a battle between cultivators. Lu Yin said bitterly, we can't help them. The 9 firmaments are above us and spiritualization is below us. In the 9 heavens, any life in the universe can be taken away. The primogenitor looked deeply at the North Mountain region and then at Lu Yin. Zhuzi, if the Tian Yuan universe faces such a situation one day, I'd rather it be reactivated. Lu Yin clenched his fists. As long as I'm alive, that day won't come. If I die. He paused and then smiled. Then there's nothing we can do. We can't beat them. The primogenitor sighed. Do your best, but you'd better stay alive. I can die for the Tian Yuan universe, but you can't. You'll have to bear more and more. Even I can't bear such a burden. Is that why I'm called Zhuzi? Lu Yin thought of something and asked strangely. The primogenitor was speechless. I didn't think that far. The fog gradually dissipated and Lu Yin made his face paler. He walked towards the Arc region and returned to the boundless boundary under the watchful eyes of many. The boundless boundary immediately went on guard. This scene quickly spread, and it also let others know who had caused the commotion just now. Lu Yin was obviously injured, so who had attacked him? Only Yu Xianxia could injure Lu Xianxia. However, Yu Xianxia wasn't in the spiritualized universe. For a moment, everyone started to speculate. No one suspected that it was fake as the commotion had been too great. The 36 domain spirit threads had trembled, which had caused the entire spiritualized universe to tremble. Everyone wanted to know how serious Lu Yin's injuries were and who had injured him. Could there be another powerhouse at Yu Xianxia's level hidden in the spiritualized universe? Someone inexplicably suggested that it was the boundless boundary, and many people agreed. Others said that it was an old enemy from the Tianyuan universe. After all, many people knew that Lu Yin had a strong enemy there, which was the Eternals. The outside world continued to speculate, but Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised in the boundless boundary. In the void of his heart, the spirit seed's liquid had nearly doubled in size. The spirit seed was still melting very slowly, but it had inexplicably expanded by so much. The only possibility was the fog. Could the fog that had fallen from the Ninifirmament's universe be the spirit seed's liquid? Could it be that the Ninifirmament's universe's cultivation power was this liquid? Lu Yin hurriedly left the Arc region in secret and headed to the Beishan region. From afar he saw Rugua and turned back. He had gone to great lengths to create the illusion that he was injured, and he couldn't afford to be discovered. Rugua's cultivation was not weak, and he was definitely at Xianxia's level. Otherwise, how could he control Divine Mount and even attract Yuya's attention? If not for Yuya, no one would have been able to do anything to the Ru family. The Eternals had ambushed Rugua, but even they hadn't been able to push Lu Yin into the Beishan region. One could imagine Rugua's strength. If Lu Yin was discovered and Rugua attacked, it would be difficult for Lu Yin to escape unscathed. Of course, it was unlikely that he would lose. After all, Xianxia was the lesser god of defense and he was considered one of the top existences at the peak of bitter adversity. He was the only one who Lu Yin wasn't confident in winning against, and that included the Eternals at their peak. Rugua's strength might be similar to that of Emperor Wu during the battle at Fuhiyun. Lu Yin returned to the boundless boundary and raised his head, preparing to roll his die. He wanted to roll 4 pips to completely melt the spirit seed in the void of his heart. The boundless boundary had collected so many spirit seeds that the spiritualized universe had been keeping an eye on. They had always believed that the spirit seeds would not disappear, and that they would reappear even if they were destroyed. Thus, Lu Yin could take whatever he wanted, but there would be a day when they would explode. Xianxia knew that the Ninifirmament's universe had used the funnel to extract the liquid from the spirit seeds. Perhaps one day Xianxia would also guess that Lu Yin could melt the spirit seeds. Once the spirit seeds were melted, the next step would be to go to the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Those spirit threads had come from the Heaven's Craftsman realm, and the Heaven's Craftsman realm was a pawn of the Ninifirmament's universe. He couldn't find them now, but they couldn't run away either. It wasn't easy for him to get injured and he might be able to do something during this time. How could he waste it on the Heaven's Craftsman realm? The die slowly spun and then stopped at 6 pips. The moment he saw 6 pips, Lu Yin immediately opened Empyrean and his consciousness howled. His consciousness appeared in a dark space, and there were many dim orbs of light around him. There were many more than when he had rolled 6 pips. This was the result of his spiritual battle technique, and it allowed the spiritualized universe to be filled with sentient life forms. As long as Lu Yin wanted to, he could fuse with any of them at any time. However, ordinary consciousness universes couldn't give him any value. If he wanted to fuse with them, they were at least at the level of the soul progenitor. There weren't any bright orbs of light around him and Lu Yin left the dark space. He didn't have that much consciousness to waste. The die continued to spin and then stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened. 6 pips again? The chances of this happening were too low. Throughout his years of cultivation he had never rolled 6 pips twice in a row. His consciousness appeared in the dark space again, but it was still a dim orb of light. Lu Yin immediately left and continued to roll the die. When he saw 6 pips, Lu Yin didn't know what to say. He had never rolled 6 pips 3 times in a row before. He could only say that his luck today was a little strange. Right luck. Lu Yin suddenly thought of this word. This was a good thing. The reason why Uncle Jiang had been able to cultivate battle force to the Palm Realm was because of a cultivator with an innate gift of luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to succeed. It would be great if Lu Yin had a cultivator with an innate gift of luck by his side. As he thought about this, Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space again. Not far away, a bright orb of light entered his vision. Lu Yin was shocked. This brightness. Wu Wei. No, Wu Wei had been captured by Lu Yin. There were still 3 celestials in the spiritualized universe. One was hiding in a parallel spacetime, one was Yi Meng and one was Hua Mani. Lu Yin didn't know who this one was. No matter who it was, they would be of great help to him. Consider yourself unlucky to have rolled 6 pips 3 times in a row. Lu Yin rushed over without hesitation. At the same time in the 9 firmaments, a tower floated in the void. It seemed to be soaked in blood and emitted a scarlet color. Within the tower 2 figures were enduring inhumane torture. How much longer? How much longer will this pain last? The blood tower can stop time. You can torture us for as long as you want. Stop talking. It's all your fault. If not for you, we wouldn't have to endure this torture. I didn't want this to happen either. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would be able to turn the tables on firmament and cause damage to the 9 firmaments? I will definitely take revenge. He won't have a good ending. You and I have already endured the wrath of the Supreme God. I want Lu Yin to suffer even more. Once I get out of here, I will personally descend into the spiritualized universe. Either I successfully transform or I die there. Xingfan, lend me a hand when the time comes. First, fulfill your promise. I will. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin opened his eyes. Was this the extreme palace? Huamani was imprisoned here, guarded by 3 elders. 2 of them were at the primordial realm and the last one was Dooku. There was no doubt that the extreme palace had experts, but no one knew exactly how many there were. Chapter 3669. The Gate of Art's ruined garden had buried many experts, and it was publicly recognized as the place with the most limit powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Now it seemed that the extreme palace wasn't bad either. There was Lan Zitianshu and this old man. It wasn't clear if there were other powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity, but there were at least 3 of them, including Yu Xian. The extreme palace was the most difficult place to fight in the spiritualized universe. Huamani was guarded by 3 powerhouses, and Yu Xian didn't even need to injure his consciousness. He couldn't escape. Before Lu Yin had merged with Huamani's body, the guy had been playing cards and was very bored. Memories flooded in and Lu Yin knew that Huamani had told Yu Xian everything he knew. There was no need to interrogate him. He had told Yu Xian everything he knew about the consciousness universe, the realm of E-Soil and even the Etian imperial court. There was also another hidden celestial phenomenon called Buan. She was a human woman, but Lu Yin didn't know where she was hiding. Buan also didn't know where Huamani was hiding. They could communicate with each other but they didn't know where they were. There was one more thing that Lu Yin couldn't tell Yu Xian, which was that Yi Meng had pretended to betray the consciousness universe. The realm of E-Soil was actually a burial ground that the consciousness universe had set for Yu Xian. Huamani couldn't say anything about this, as his mind was restricted by a lock that came from the 13 celestial phenomena. He was publicly recognized as the oldest and strongest. Yu Xian seemed to know this as well, so he didn't force Huamani to tell him anything. Huamani was very cooperative in the extreme palace. Of course, what he knew was within Yu Xian's expectations. The 2 had fought for so many years and Yu Xian might know more than Huamani. Huamani's value was to be imprisoned and wait for the consciousness universe to be completely destroyed. He would then join the spiritualized universe and become a consciousness life form that had been granted and enslaved. He would then cooperate with someone to display spiritualized battle techniques. Huamani seemed to have accepted his fate. Only if Yu Xian died in the consciousness universe would the consciousness universe have a chance to counterattack. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body as he looked in the direction of beyond heaven. Huamani wasn't of much value to Yu Xian, but he was valuable to Lu Yin. Sure enough, pretending to be injured had its benefits. Lu Yin took a step forward and left the extreme palace. Yu Xian had intentionally gone to a parallel universe to avoid interfering with Yu Ye's matters, but how could he sever his karma's karma? And he had left Lu Yin's price. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and his figure disappeared. In the heavens beyond heaven, Lan looked at the big tree in the distance that was constantly scattering spirit seeds. Boundless had successfully reduced the number of spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe. The outside world was collecting spirit seeds everywhere. There were rumors that the more spirit seeds were used, the fewer spirit seeds there would be. It was just a farce. Suddenly her expression changed. She turned around abruptly and saw ripples in the sky. The spiritual treasure array reacted. Enemy attack. On this day, Extreme Palace faced an unprecedented attack from the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe's biggest enemy was the consciousness universe, but the consciousness universe had always been on the defensive. It couldn't fight back against the spiritualized universe. On top of that, Extreme Palace had Yu Xian, the strongest elite in the universe. No one had ever thought of attacking Extreme Palace. Bang! There was a loud sound as 36 Xiaosong's body shattered. 36 Xiaosong's body shattered and her 36 domains scattered in all directions. She coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Lan was shocked. How was this possible? Her body could withstand an attack from someone at Xianxia's level. Even if it could be broken, it shouldn't have been broken so quickly. Who was this person? The first person she thought of was Lu Yin. Only someone at Xianxia's level could do something like this. Lan didn't have much time to think. The moment her body was broken, she grabbed the Savage Array's foundation and pressed it outside the palace. At the same time, deep within the palace, Huamani put down his cards and looked outside. Something happened? The three elders guarding him opened their eyes, their gazes as deep as the sea. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and Lan felt like her heart had been dealt a heavy blow. She coughed up blood, but there was no one in front of her. She couldn't see who it was and she couldn't see anything. The only thing she knew was that the Savage Lands were under attack. When the second palm landed on the Savage Lands, the array's particle shattered. Lan vaguely saw a figure pass by, but then everything went black and she lost consciousness. Lu Yin had broken through 36 Xiaosong's body with a single palm and then destroyed the foundation with 2 palms. The pressure had caused Lan to faint. All of this had happened in an instant. A palm god could fight against Emperor Wu Huang, who had used the transformation of the 9 heavens. At this level he had reached Yu Sangtian's level and was not someone they could fight against. What Lu Yin cared about the most was not the powerhouses within the palace, but the tomorrow beast. He didn't know how strong this beast was and he couldn't see its bottom. This was what he was most afraid of, so he had acted quickly without affecting too many people. He didn't want to anger the tomorrow beast. The palace was deep and dark and this was Lu Yin's first time here. The closest place to this place had been the entrance. The pressure was like an abyss and Huamani's eyes narrowed. Who was it? The 3 elders stood up and attacked the palace at the same time, but they were instantly swept away by a majestic consciousness. Huamani, do it. Huamani subconsciously released his consciousness and joined forces with Lu Yin to suppress the 3 elders. 2 cosmic realm consciousnesses weren't something the 3 could resist and they all fell to the ground. Who is it? Huamani went on guard and a familiar face appeared in front of him, Lu Sangtian? He attacked without hesitation. Regardless of whether Lu Yin was saving him or not, he instinctively wanted to attack Lu Yin. This human was even more terrifying than Yu Sangtian. But then his eyes went slack as Lu Yin got within 5 meters of him and took control of his body. Lu Yin controlled Huamani's body and grabbed his own to rush out of the palace. At this moment Lan woke up, which was part of Lu Yin's plan. If she hadn't woken up she wouldn't have been able to see the next scene. Lan had a splitting headache and when she looked up she saw Huamani's smug smile. He walked past her and left a card behind. Tell Yu Sangtian that it's not certain who will be reactivated, huh? Lan wanted to attack but she was powerless. She could only watch as Huamani and the other mysterious person left. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. After leaving beyond sky, Lu Yin looked back at the tomorrow beast. It was very quiet and it didn't seem like it was going to explode. Lu Yin looked at its palm. He would go there sooner or later. His consciousness returned to his body and Lu Yin grabbed Huamani and returned to Boundless. As long as he was within 5 meters, Huamani would not be able to escape or resist. After returning to Boundless, Lu Yin's consciousness entered Huamani's body again to check his memories. Turn around. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, but news of the attack on Zenith Palace had yet to spread. Beyond Heaven did not want to lose all of its prestige, but Lan had contacted the Arc region several times, requesting to speak with Wu Zhang's people. She had tried to contact Lu Yin, but she had been rejected every time. Wu Zhang's reason was that Lu Yin was in secluded cultivation. Lan didn't know if that mysterious person was Lu Yin, as he was the only one in the spiritualized universe who had the power to do such a thing. However, Lu Yin had indeed gone through a huge battle, and she wanted to confirm if he had been injured or if he had seen anything. However, she couldn't even see Lu Yin's face. Huamani had been captured by Lu Yin and sent to Beyond Sky. Logically speaking, there was no need for Lu Yin to save him. Even if he wanted to save Huamani, he should have done so after going to the consciousness universe and not now, when Yu Sangtian could return at any time. Lan couldn't figure it out. She couldn't confirm that it was Lu Yin because of Huamani's attitude. That mysterious person must have joined forces with the consciousness universe, but Lu Yin shouldn't have. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been killed by the spiritualized universe? Huamani's attitude made Lan think of another hidden celestial phenomenon. But did the celestial phenomenon have such terrifying physical strength? The characteristics of their physical strength were too obvious, and the consciousness universe might have framed Lu Yin. Who was Lu Yin's opponent in that battle? Could it have been this mysterious person? Lan thought of many things, but she didn't know where to start. The only thing she could do was seal off the news and wait for Xianxia to return. Back in Boundless, Lu Yin felt dizzy. Although Huamani hadn't lived as long as Wu Wei, he had still existed for a very long time. His memories were as vast as the sea, and it was impossible to go through them all in a short amount of time. Lu Yin could only see a very small portion, such as information regarding the Earth of Yi and Yi Tian Imperial Court. Yi Tian Imperial Court and Wu Wei's experiences were different from Huamani's. Xianxia should be back soon, and Lu Yin looked at Huamani. Then let's begin. 10 days later, Xianxia returned and heard that the Extreme Palace had been attacked. Lan's description made him think of the Eternity, not Lu Yin. He knew that Yu Ya and Xingfan had attacked Lu Yin, which was why he had gone to a parallel spacetime to avoid the battle. He knew that Lu Yin wouldn't be lured away so easily, but it was unlikely that he would be able to escape unscathed. As he had guessed, Lu Yin had been injured and was recovering in Boundless. That meant that the one who had attacked the Extreme Palace was most likely the Eternity. The Eternity wanted to ally with the consciousness universe. Otherwise, why would he save Huamani? Huamani should have met the Eternity before, or he wouldn't have cooperated so quickly. Lan was certain that Huamani had guessed that someone would save him, as that confident smile had left a deep impression on her. The Eternity was definitely not any less dangerous than Lu Yin. First, he had worked with Lu Yin to scheme against Yu Ya and find out about the Nine Firmaments universe's situation. Now he was working with the consciousness universe, and he had even helped the spiritualized universe deal with the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia didn't know what this person was thinking. If not for Yu Ya, he would have acted when the Eternity and Rugua had appeared in the Arc region. Now he couldn't find them even if he wanted to. As for the other hidden celestial phenomenon cultivator, Bu Wen, he hadn't found him since that wasn't his main goal. If he had imprisoned Huamani, then even if there was a celestial phenomenon cultivator hiding outside, it wouldn't have prevented him from going on an expedition to the consciousness universe. But now that the situation had changed, he couldn't be at ease unless he dealt with the threat of the Eternity. As for Yu Ya, he could calm down for a while. First, he had destroyed the Ru family, and then he had attacked the spiritualized universe. The god of defense had already descended to punish him, but no one knew how badly he had injured Lu Yin. Chapter 3670. Sir, there's something else I need to report. Lan's face was pale. She had suffered heavy injuries. Speak. Elder Yu is dead, Lan said. Xianxia was shocked. He's dead. Yes, young Master Yu reported that old Yu is dead, Lan said. Xianxia frowned. How did he die? Lan hesitated and said, he said it has something to do with Lu Xianxia. Xianxia understood that Lu Yin and Yu Ya must have been involved in the battle between Yu Ya and Lu Yin. There were some battles that one could not get involved in unless one reached a certain level. He had been wary of the Zhikong territory for so many years, not because of old Yu, but because of the Ru clan and the Nine Heavens universe behind him. Foolish old man thought that he was smart, but in fact most of the time he thought that he was smart. He was far-sighted. After the Ru clan was destroyed, he wanted to find a backer, but this backer was not someone he could rely on. Previously, it was also Yu Ya's order to rely on Wu Jiang. So what if he dies? What about the Zhikong domain? The Dark Messenger seems to be dead as well. What the foolish young master means is that he hopes that we will acknowledge him as the master of the Zhikong domain. Didn't the Zhikong region side with Wu Jiang? Well, Yu Gongzi didn't say anything about it. Perhaps because of Yu Gongzi's death, he has a grudge against Wu Jiang? Xianxia didn't care. It's up to them. If they don't have enough strength, they can make the Zhikong domain disappear. Lan's expression changed. Disappearing? That was the Zhikong domain. Its history was even older than the Yusang sky. Once it disappeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially now that the Zhikong region had just pledged allegiance to the Wujiang region. Regardless of the reason behind old Yu's death, touching the Zhikong region was equivalent to slapping the Wujiang region in the face. What did Lord Xianxia mean? When the news of foolish old's death spread out, it caused a huge uproar. Not long ago, Foolish Old had publicly announced that he was going to rely on Wu Jiang. Now that he was dead, it was inevitable that people would think of something. One by one they looked towards the sky above the sky. Many people were curious about who the next master of the Zhikong domain would be. All this time, the master of the Zhikong domain had been secretly transmitting messages. However, at this moment there was no movement at all. Outsiders did not know that the Dark Messenger was dead. During this period of time, Yu Gongzi had also tried to contact Lu Yin, but he was unable to do so. Just like that, another period of time passed and Hua Mani completely disappeared from the world. What replaced him was Lu Yin's boundless consciousness, which had nearly doubled in size. It could be said that Hua Mani was the powerhouse whose consciousness Lu Yin had absorbed the most, and he had absorbed more than Black Wuxian and White Wuxian. They were only at the level of the sequence laws, which corresponded to the astral form realm. Hua Mani, on the other hand, was at the cosmic realm. The sudden increase in his consciousness allowed the transformation of the 9 heavens to double in size, giving him unprecedented confidence. The stronger the transformation of the 9 heavens was, the more ridiculous the increase in his strength would be. His current strength was definitely enough to fight Xianxia. A thought of eternity could sweep through 5 of the 13 celestial phenomenon, but Lu Yin felt that he could try to break through it. He had only been able to do so after teaming up with the primogenitor. His sudden increase in confidence made him want to absorb Wu Wei's consciousness as well. Fortunately, he managed to endure it. After all, he wasn't cultivating his consciousness by himself. It was better to stabilize it. Raising his hand, he continued to roll the die. But a useless item dropped. Continue. Borrowing talent? This couldn't be wasted. Lu Yin walked out and instantly appeared in front of Yuan Qi. Under Yuan Qi's stunned gaze, Lu Yin placed a hand on his shoulder, scaring him into a fight. Lu Yin was astonished. Across from him, Yuan Qi was still in shock and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin. He turned around and vanished. Yuan Qi was stunned. What had happened? He looked over his shoulder with a blank expression. Lu Yin was at a loss as well. Yuan Qi didn't have an innate gift, which was unexpected. Spiritualized cultivators could produce spiritualized innate gifts or spiritualized weapons due to their spirit molts. Yuan Qi was a spiritualized weapon, the Dao Bao. In fact, many spiritualized cultivators had their own innate gifts, just like many people in the Tianyuan universe. This was especially true for powerhouses like Yuan Qi, who should have an innate gift, but he didn't. Lu Yin had chosen him because he wanted to see if Yuan Qi was hiding anything. Xianxia had used the small spiritual universe as an excuse to chase Yuan Qi to the Tianyuan universe, which was abnormal. If Yuan Qi was hiding an innate gift, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it from the Dai's 5 points. However, Yuan Qi really didn't have one. Lu Yin looked at the giant battleships in the distance. These were space-time ships that could cross the universe, comparable to Boundless. Rebirth. Great Wave Fighting Era. The ship region was bustling with activity, and Boundless looked brand new beneath his feet. Master, young master, you has been looking for you many times, Old Tao said. Lu Yin looked at him and Old Tao respectfully handed over the spirit cloud stone. Speak. My lord, please tell me where Zhikong territory will go from now on. Lu Yin asked, what's Beyond Heaven's attitude? Beyond Heaven said that if Zhikong territory is not strong enough, it can be replaced. That's not necessary. Your wish has been fulfilled. From now on, you are the master of Zhikong territory. My lord, He didn't know what to say. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He was still pretending. There was someone behind this person, and he had deliberately betrayed old Yu because of that person's instructions. If he wasn't wrong, it was very likely Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to have gone to a parallel universe and didn't interfere with the battle between Yu Ye and Lu Yin, but in reality he had always been watching. He couldn't let Yu Ye's plan succeed, or else he wouldn't have given the old salamander the chance to kill Emperor Wu Huang. This person's current uneasiness was just an act for Lu Yin to see. In that case, there shouldn't be any problem with Lu Yin showing disdain for useless people. I've already done what I promised you. You are now the master of Zhikong territory. That's all. Lu Yin was about to end the conversation. Zhikong territory. Xianxia hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He had thought that Lu Yin would accept him since he had helped Lu Yin plot against old Yu. Now that he was the master of Zhikong territory, he should have been useful. However, because he was weak, he posed no threat. How had things turned out this way? Lu Yin seemed to want to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. Wait, my lord. I have something to say. Speak. Zhikong territory can contact Royal God Mountain, and Zhikong territory has great influence in the spiritualized universe. They can do many things for my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Then think about what they can do for me. He ended the conversation and looked up to see an uninvited guest. Outside the Ark territory, a person walked out of the void and looked at Limitless with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected someone to come again. This person was Ruguo. Senior Ruguo, what brings you to Limitless? Lu Yin's voice sounded. Ruguo looked at Limitless from outer space. I want to talk to Lu Xian. Please come in. Ruguo took a step forward and entered the Ark territory, avoiding the others. He boarded Limitless and appeared in front of Lu Yin. This was the first time the two had met. Previously in the Beishan region, Lu Yin had suddenly attacked Foolish Old Man, and Eternity had attacked Ruguo at the same time, leading to that confrontation. However, Ruguo was strong enough to escape and hadn't appeared again. Now he had come to Limitless. Ruguo looked at Lu Yin and praised, Lu Xian is unbelievably young. When I was your age, I couldn't even reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin was amused. Senior, are you praising yourself? Of course not. In our Tianyuan universe, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate to the progenitor realm. There is no one who has reached the progenitor realm at my age. Ruguo said, but in the ninth heaven universe this is not too amazing. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Is the ninth heaven universe that powerful? Ruguo's expression was solemn. This time I came to dispel Lu Xian's doubts and gain a basic understanding of the ninth heaven universe. Why? Lu Yin asked. He hadn't expected Ruguo to come looking for him. Ruguo sighed deeply. To cooperate. You and me. Lu Yin was surprised. To be precise, it's the Ru family and Limitless. You attacked Limitless not long ago and now you want to cooperate. Is this how the ninth heaven universe does things? Lu Yin found it ridiculous. Ruguo said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Lu Yin agreed. That's right, but what benefits can you give me? Ruguo pointed to the top of his head. Whatever I know about the ninth heaven universe, you can know about it. Why should I know about it? Lu Yin didn't care. As far as I know, the people of the ninth heaven universe can't enter the spiritualized universe without permission, let alone the distant Tianyuan universe. I don't have to come into contact with the ninth heaven universe at all. Ruguo shook his head. Lu Xian's words don't sound like the words of a universe master. If the ninth heaven universe is really no threat, why should Lu Xian join forces with the Eternal? Lu Yin smiled. It's not joining forces, it's a tacit understanding. A tacit understanding between enemies? How enviable. Ruguo sighed and looked deeply at Lu Yin. Then I'll put it another way. I'm here to give Limitless an explanation. I attacked Limitless before and this matter can't be forgotten. Lu Yin looked at him. Seems like you really have no other choice. Ruguo's face turned ugly and he said helplessly, to tell you the truth, I really have no other choice. It's not as simple as you think if the Ru family wants to survive. The position of inferior god is a curse and everyone wants us to die. Back then, because of the spiritualized universe, Yu Xian tried to find a way to fight with my brother. My brother was the inferior god and he died in that battle. Because of this, the ninth heaven universe was extremely dissatisfied with Yu Xian, especially people like Yuya. They always felt that the spiritualized universe was above the ninth heaven universe. They despised the defeat of the Ru family, and they hated Yu Xian's arrogance. If the Ru family wants to protect itself, we need allies. Yu Xian is impossible, and as for the ninth heaven universe, Dan Hong doesn't care about worldly affairs. It's even more impossible for Xingfan and Yuya to join forces. What I want to do now is to return to the ninth heaven universe. As long as I'm there, I'm confident that the Ru family can continue. That's the root of the Ru family. Lu Yin understood. There are still members of the Ru family who haven't died on Royal God Mountain. Ruguo nodded and said in a heavy tone, including my daughter Ru Mu. They're all imprisoned on Royal God Mountain by Yuya's people. You don't want me to accompany you to Royal God Mountain to save people, do you? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Rugwa smiled bitterly. Of course not. I'll tell you how to do it. It's up to you whether you want to or not. It's simple and I'm willing to pay the price. Lu Xian, you can ask me anything you want, but at our level, no matter how the universe changes, it doesn't mean much. Chapter 3671. Lu Yin understood that no matter how strong the Zhou Xian universe was, his combat power was second only to those below the eternal realm. Even if he wasn't a match for Yuya and the other gods of defense, he was still on the same level. What he needed to know was limited. Seeing Lu Yin deep in thought, Rugwa said, "It seems like you haven't figured out what to ask. Then I'll tell you what you should know." Lu Yin looked at him and didn't say anything. Rugwa said, "Zhou Xian universe has the upper and lower gods. You know about the lower gods and there are currently 3 upper gods." Although he didn't need to know much, Rugwa still talked for half a day, which gave Lu Yin a general understanding of the Zhou Xian universe. The universe's development was mysterious, but it was also cruel and ruthless. This was especially obvious in the Zhou Xian universe and the spiritualized universe, which shocked Lu Yin. Perhaps some of it was exaggerated, but Rugwa wanted to make Lu Yin feel threatened. Some things really happened. The deaths of cultivators from several domains had happened in front of him, which made him feel cold. If this happened in the Tianyuan universe, it would be unavoidable. Not only did Rugwa talk about the Zhou Xian universe, but he also told Lu Yin about the Ru family's Rushi Sutra. Lu Yin was shocked. The Rushi Sutra was the cultivation method of the Ru family, and it was created by Rushi. Rushi was a legendary figure. Although he lost to Xianxia, he wasn't weak. On the contrary, he was too outstanding, or rather too conceited. For cultivators, there were cultivation arts, battle techniques, innate talents, external objects, and so on. But for Rushi, he only cultivated the Rushi true scripture. For this reason, he abandoned everything else, wanting to use the Rushi true scripture to step into the eternal life realm. In his deduction, the Rushi Sutra could do it. Xianxia knew this, and that was why he wanted to fight Rushi. No matter how powerful the Rushi Sutra was, even if it could make someone reach eternal life, as long as Rushi did not reach eternal life, he would still be suffering. The Rushi Sutra could not beat Xianxia. The more conceited a person was, the more likely they would die. Rugwa's face turned ugly when he mentioned this. He was full of unwillingness. "Give my brother some more time. When he reaches the last level of the Rushi Sutra, Xianxia won't be a match. No lower gods will be my brother's opponent." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "Why did you teach me the true sutra? That was too much of a joke." While they were talking, he taught him the Sutra of Kindness. Even if Mr. Mu taught his disciple, he would not be so straightforward. Even Lu Yin's tracing of the ancients was a request. Rugwa smiled bitterly. "It's nothing. Many people in the 9 heavens universe know it. It's been popularized." Lu Yin was surprised. "Popularize?" Rugwa looked at Lu Yin and said, "Why do you think I can take over my brother's position as the god of defense? As long as I stay in the Imperial God Mountain, no one in the 9 Clouds universe can replace me, unless they take a huge risk like Yuya. The destruction of the Ru family is not that simple. Even the god of defense will have to pay a heavy price." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Because of the sutra?" Rugwa nodded. "I gave the sutra as the price to the 9 Clouds universe in exchange for the temporary position of the god of defense. In the Imperial God Mountain, there is not much difference between being the temporary position and not being the temporary position. No one can replace me. When I cultivate to the level of my brother, I am confident that I can become the god of defense. Then I can return to the 9 Clouds universe and take the temporary position. I can do all this by relying on the sutra. The sutra, I sold my brother's sutra to the 9 Clouds universe." Lu Yin did not know what to say. He could not judge whether Rugwa was right or not. If it were him, would he be willing? He did not know. Everyone's experience was different, and he could not make the decision for Rugwa. "Do you think I did something wrong?" Rugwa asked, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. "It doesn't matter whether it's right or not. Anyway, it has been done." Rugwa sighed. "Yes, anyway, it has been done. By the way, the transformation of the Empyrean is the same as the sutra. It is common in the 9 Clouds universe, but do not think that it is common. On the contrary, the common power that can be spread out in the 9 Clouds universe, whether it is a cultivation method or a combat skill, is the best." Lu Yin was shaken. The Nina Firmament's universe was truly generous. He felt how strong the transformation of the Empyrean was. The sutra made Ru Shi confident to step into the eternal realm. These two powers were common. It would never be possible in the Tianyuan universe. When the eternal race publicized the cultivation method of the Corpse King transformation, it was also to plot against the humans. It was not really to improve the strength of the cultivators in the Tianyuan universe. The existence of the fifth pagoda was to improve the strength of the cultivators, but there were also conditions. Anyone who obtained the power from the fifth pagoda had to recognize Lu Yin as half a teacher. Lu Yin did not know where the Nine Clouds universe got the courage to do so. They completely publicized these powerful forces. Perhaps it was the absolute confidence of the god of defense and the god of defense? In comparison, his vision was much smaller. Actually, Lu Yin could not be blamed. He had started out weak, and it was only recently that he had truly reached Yu Sangtian's level of power. If he had possessed his current level of power back in the Tianyuan universe, then he would have been able to publicize some of the most powerful cultivation techniques or battle techniques. If he could safely return to the Tianyuan universe, he would definitely publicize his powerful cultivation force and increase the overall strength of the Tianyuan universe. That's right, there are ready-made ones. The changes of the 9 heavens, such as the true scriptures, can all be made public. When he thought about this, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the border. He wanted to go back and announce this to the world. Perhaps a few geniuses would be born then. Ruegwa did not know what Lu Yin was thinking. He continued to talk about the cultivation method of the sutra. The heart sits in the beginning, the heart moves, the body does not move, the body moves, the mind moves, the mind moves, the spirit moves, and the world moves. These are the 4 realms of the sutra. The sutra is like the descent of a mountain, like the true will of one's self, like sorrow and joy, like the unity of heaven and earth, like hearing the truth. Lu Yin closed his eyes and listened quietly. As Ruegwa's voice rang out, the universe seemed to shrink. It was like a mountain was pressing down on him, but then it instantly expanded. It was boundless, and the darkness of the universe was deep and distant. He saw himself become the center, constantly absorbing all of the darkness, causing the heavens to distort and tremble. Ruegwa looked at Lu Yin in shock. Can't be, right? How can he enter the sutra state so quickly? The 4 realms of the sutra could be cultivated, but whether or not one could comprehend them could only be sensed and not explained. Everyone had a different understanding of the sutra, and what they felt was different as well. He felt like the ocean was surging and he was like a reef. Only when he became a reef could he sit in the sutra state. Gradually, the reef gained a heart, and it moved with the wind, the rain, the swallows that whizzed past, and the fishes. The reef wanted to move, but it could not. It could only watch. Day after day, year after year, countless years of watching. The ocean dried up, but the reef still had to watch. One day his heart stopped moving, but his body could move. His body moved. But as he looked at the withered land, the once warm sea breeze was gone, and there was nothing left. The reef could only continue to wait for the world to change again. He waited, but it did not happen. The reef became numb and his heart was sealed. Countless years passed and his heart moved once more. If the world did not change, then let it change. Why wait? The reef moved once more, wanting to change the world and return it to the way it was countless years ago. Ruegwa's sutra state had been cultivated to the point where his heart moved and his body did not move. His body did not move and his mind did not move. After so many years, he had reached the peak of the 2nd realm, and it was difficult for him to take another step forward. The reef seemed to have dried up along with the ocean, and it was difficult for him to change the world. However, Lu Yin stepped into the sutra state as soon as he heard it. It was no wonder why this person's cultivation was so high at such a young age. He had never seen such talent before. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes and his expression was one of shock. The sutra had allowed him to enter a different state and he had become the center of the universe. This technique was broad and profound and it emphasized intent over strength. It was similar to the Primogenitor's Sutra, but it was also different. The Primogenitor's Sutra enlightened all living beings and could make up for their shortcomings, but this sutra allowed him to have an epiphany. Brother Ling is a genius. If he is given time, he may be able to go further, Lu Yin praised. Ruegwa said bitterly, perhaps. Is this sutra the price for attacking my boundless territory? Lu Yin asked. Ruegwa nodded. Lu Sangtian, are you satisfied? I am not the only one in the boundless territory. The sutra has been imparted, and it has nothing to do with me who learns it. Lu Yin sighed. You really don't care. Ruegwa smiled. I can't go far. If one day someone can go further than my brother with the sutra or even step into the immortal realm, my brother will be happy. Lu Yin agreed. I hope so. Lu Sangtian, what else do you want to know? Ruigwa asked. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. You'd better tell me how you want to help. If you give me too many gifts, I'm afraid I can't pay you back. Ruigwa smiled. You don't have to pay me back. If Lu Sangtian doesn't want to help, I won't force you. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky. The people of the ninth heaven universe are unexpectedly ambitious, just like how the spiritualized universe is enslaved by you. Ruigwa was silent. People who heard the truth about the ninth heaven universe and the spiritualized universe for the first time couldn't accept it, but that was the truth. What is the Royal God Mountain? Lu Yin asked. Since Ruigwa said so, he asked. Ruigwa said, it's similar to Torchfire City. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at Ruigwa. Boundless territory came from the Tianyuan universe and passed by Torchfire City. You should know the significance of Torchfire City. The Royal God Mountain is similar. Through the Royal God Mountain you can go to the ninth heaven universe. The difference is that it's not as far as the Tianyuan universe from the spiritualized universe. With our cultivation we can reach there in a few days, Ruigwa explained. Lu Yin asked, is the Royal God Mountain in a parallel universe? Ruigwa shook his head. It's a place in the limitless universe. Why would Lu Sangtian ask that? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. It's not the little spiritual universe? If Ruigwa didn't lie to him, then Origin shouldn't lie to him either because Yu Sangtian didn't deny it. That meant that the source of this lie came from Yu Sangtian. Fairywood romance. His guess was getting closer and closer. Yu Sangtian used the little spiritual universe as an excuse to drive Origin away, but why? That was the most important thing. Ruigwa definitely couldn't find this reason. Chapter 3672. Ruigwa did not understand why Lu Yin would ask such a question. How could the Royal God Mountain be a parallel universe? What is the spiritualization heavenly technique? Lu Yin asked. Ruigwa said, this is to prevent the aura of the Jiuxiao universe from being detected by the spiritualized universe cultivators. They all cultivate the spiritualization heavenly technique so the spiritualized universe cultivators can't see the aura of foreign cultivators. To go to the Jiuxiao universe one must go through the Royal God Mountain. Yes, but going through the Royal God Mountain does not necessarily mean going to the Jiuxiao universe. Ruigwa thought about it and added, it can even be said that it is impossible to go there. It is not a problem of the path, but you can't enter the Jiuxiao universe even if you see it. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Ruigwa said solemnly, there is a gate of heaven in the Jiuxiao universe. No one can barge in. Even you and I can't because the gate of heaven comes from the God of defense. Lu Yin's gaze changed. The power of the God of defense. Ruigwa nodded and said in a deep voice, those who barge into the gate of heaven will die. Lu Yin frowned. Is it necessary? Just to prevent the spiritualized universe cultivators from entering the Jiuxiao universe? I don't know the reason, but since ancient times, only one person has entered the gate of heaven. He is the supreme extreme of the spiritualized universe. Other than him no one else has succeeded. Ruigwa said. Lu Yin's mind flashed with the image of Master Grass. Only the eternal life realm could enter the gate of heaven. His strength was far from enough. But besides the gate of heaven, there is another way to go to the Jiuxiao universe. Ruigwa continued. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. Tomorrow's beast palm. Ruigwa nodded. The tomorrow beast is a giant beast that monitors the spiritualized universe in the ninth cloud universe. The tomorrow beast is very powerful. It can be compared to a springboard. With its power, you can be thrown directly into the ninth cloud universe, which is equivalent to sneaking in. However, there is a flaw in this method, which is that in the ninth cloud universe, there must be a coordinate to attract the tomorrow beast. If there isn't, the tomorrow beast will directly throw you into the ninth cloud universe. Yi wants to take me to the Jiuxiao universe through the tomorrow's beast? That's right. He has coordinates that can attract the sun beast. You will appear there when you are thrown into the ninth cloud universe. That's why I want to cooperate with Lu Sangtian. Ruigwa stared at Lu Yin with a serious expression. Help me save the Ru family. I will return to the ninth heaven universe and set up a set of coordinates to attract the sun beast in a safe place. If there comes a day when your Wujiang can't stay in the spiritualized universe anymore, you can think of a way to go to the ninth heaven universe with the help of the sun beast. Whether you trust me or not, this is a way to survive. Yuya will also set up coordinates. Even the ninth firmament universe must have set up a lot of coordinates to solve this kind of sneak-in. Rugwa smiled and said, "You're overthinking. People who can use this method to sneak into the continent of the Nine Clouds are not ordinary people. Not everyone in the continent of the Nine Clouds is as strong as the defense god. This method of sneaking into the continent of the Nine Clouds has eliminated a large number of weak cultivators. Only the strongest cultivators know that traps are for dealing with other people, not for themselves. The god of defense doesn't have time to pay attention to this. Among the god of defense, Dan Hong doesn't worry about this kind of thing. Xingfan doesn't have time and Yuya is the same. The only thing you have to worry about is that Yuya will set up coordinates in advance for you. But if it's really time to escape, this is the only way. The tomorrow's beast can be arranged in the spiritualized universe. You have to believe in its defense. As long as Wujiang can enter the tomorrow's beast's palm, Yu Sangtian won't be able to do anything for the time being." Lu Yin didn't completely believe Rugua, but if Wujiang was really desperate, this was indeed a way out. Besides these two methods, is there no other way to go to the ninth firmament universe? Lu Yin asked. Rugua looked up at the starry sky. "You have seen the third method." Lu Yin's face fell. "Fishing? This third method was really interesting. What do you want me to do?" Rugua had shown enough sincerity and said everything that needed to be said. He had even taught Lu Yin the true sutra. If it wasn't too much, Lu Yin was willing to help. But if Yuya was the mastermind behind all of this, even if Lu Yin was willing, Yu Sangtian wouldn't be willing. "Delay Yu Sangtian so that I can return to the Royal God Mountain to save the Ru family," Rugua said. Lu Yin was shocked. "What does this have to do with Yu Sangtian?" Rugua sneered. "How can the position I obtained at the cost of the true sutra be taken away so easily? Yuya destroyed the Ru family and violated a taboo. He will definitely be unlucky, but if I can save the Ru family and return to the ninth firmament universe, Yuya's crime will be reduced. This is not something that Yu Sangtian wants to see. He won't let me save the family members so easily. His hatred for the Ru family is so great that he wants to find an opportunity to get rid of me." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Have you ever thought that I would be like Yu Sangtian and wish for Yuya to be unlucky?" Rugua smiled. "You are different from Yu Sangtian. You can't escape punishment for destroying the Ru family. Under the wrath of the superior god, Yuya might be stripped of his position as inferior god. Although the possibility is high, it depends on which superior god appears. But no matter how small the possibility is, Yu Sangtian will have to take the risk. Once Yuya is stripped of his position as inferior god, he will no longer be a threat to him. As for you, unless Yuya dies, he won't let you go. So what if he is stripped of his position as inferior god? On the other hand, if he is stripped of his position as inferior god, he will be even more unscrupulous and will have less pressure to descend into the spiritualized universe. Don't think that the superior god can be reached step by step. If an ordinary person becomes an eternal realm powerhouse in the blink of an eye, they can also become superior god. The position of inferior god is not that important to Yuya. He can fight for the position of superior god and strive to become an eternal realm powerhouse. Lu Yin nodded. "That's true." Rugua didn't say anything else and waited for Lu Yin's reply. "I'm curious. Is the Ru family that important to you? Among the current members of the Ru family, the only one you care about is Ru Mu, right? Cultivators don't care about emotions, but the Ru family is different. If there were no emotions, my elder brother wouldn't have been able to create the Rushi True Sutra. Only emotions can enter one's mind, and one's mind can understand the Rushi True Sutra." Lu Yin looked into the distance in a daze. He thought that it was ridiculous for cultivators to be emotionless. If people were emotionless, what was the point of living? Was it just for the endless years that couldn't be seen? Even if one saw the changes of time, it was because one wanted to see them. Since one wanted to see them, it meant that one cared about them and that one had emotions. He thought so, but he didn't know if Rugua thought so. In his opinion, Rugua was more likely to be cultivating the Rushi True Sutra. The cultivation of the Rushi True Sutra required emotions. If Rugua gave up on the people of the Ru family, including his own daughter, he would have no emotions and his cultivation would stop there. Yu was able to threaten him because he knew this. "Which level are you at now?" "The second level, moving the body but not the mind." "What about your elder brother?" The third level, moving the mind but not the mind. Is your elder brother confident that he can defeat Xianxia at the last level? He can definitely win. It wasn't easy for Xianxia to win back then. Why does the Ru family want the Zhou region? Lu Yin suddenly changed the topic and asked Ruguo a question that caught him off guard. Ruguo hesitated for a moment. To leave a way out. The consciousness universe or the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin asked. Ruguo said, it doesn't matter as long as there is a way out. Lu Yin smiled faintly and walked to the edge of the boundless universe with his back to Ruguo. He looked at the busy Zhou region and said, you exchanged your status with the Rushi True Sutra, but you still don't feel safe? Swallowing the starry sky check into godhood, Ruguo looked at Lu Yin's back. It's not a way out for your life but a way out for your cultivation. Lu Yin held onto the wooden railing. A way out for emotions. Ruguo exclaimed, your talent is amazing and no one can surpass it. The Rushi True Sutra needed emotions and emotions were in the depths of one's heart. As long as one felt that there were emotions, then there were emotions. The point was that one had to lie to oneself. The way out for Ruguo was to send Ru Mu and the others away. As long as these people left, no matter what the future would be, in Ruguo's heart he would have done his duty. That was enough. Even if Ru Mu and the others died, he would have done his duty. It was said that he had emotions, but in reality he was ruthless. Lu Yin turned to look at Ruguo. Are you sure you can leave a way out for your emotions? Ruguo was very serious. Whether it's the ninth heaven universe or the spiritualized universe, there are too many people watching the Ru family. The Zhikong territory betrayed us and there is no loyalty to speak of. It's more dangerous for them to stay here. As long as I can reach my elder brother's strength and truly become a god of defense, even if I can never take another step, it's enough. Therefore, this way of emotions can only stop at the third level. Yes. Then if Ru sure cultivates to the third level, what is his way out? Lu Yin suddenly asked and stared at Ruguo. Ruguo was startled and looked at Lu Yin deeply. I don't know. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Could it be your younger brother? Ruguo was confused. It's possible. Lu Yin smiled. It's just a chat. Don't think too much. Your elder brother is dead, so there is no way out. Alright, you can go. I will contact you. Ruguo left and looked back. From the beginning he had the initiative, but as he spoke more and more, especially the last few sentences, he completely lost control. What did Lu Xianxia mean by those last words? Cultivation techniques sometimes came with many conditions. Lu Yin and Ruguo's conversation was just following his words. There was no special meaning, but some words would make people think too much. Especially when facing some top powerhouses, he had to be careful. Was Ru sure dead? He would not believe what Ruguo said unless he saw it with his own eyes. He would rather guess that Ru sure was not dead. Of course, this possibility was not high. Otherwise, Yuya would not have destroyed the Ru family, and Ruguo would not have used the Rushi Sutra in exchange for his position. The value of the Rushi Sutra was not below that of the change of the nine heavens. In terms of help to cultivation and the state of mind, it surpassed the change of the nine heavens. The change of the nine heavens was just a battle technique, but the Rushi Sutra was the path to heaven. Ruguo's arrival gave Lu Yin a clearer understanding of the ninth heaven universe and made him more fearful. The ninth heaven universe was more troublesome than he thought, but he had another idea about the spiritualized universe. Chapter 3673. The spiritualized universe had become a barrier for the nine firmaments universe to control the other three universes. Without the spiritualized universe, who would the nine firmaments universe target next? It could very well be the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin had once thought about reactivating the spiritualized universe, but he was no saint. If the spiritualized universe wanted to reactivate the Tianyuan universe, then he would do so. But now that he thought about it, nothing could happen to the spiritualized universe, at least not now. The miserable state of the cultivators from the Wei territory and the other regions could not be repeated, or the spiritualized universe's value would be weakened. The nine firmaments universe's current cultivation state originated from plundering the spiritualized universe. If the spiritualized universe could not keep up with the nine firmaments universe's consumption, then the nine firmaments universe would definitely target the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin exhaled and looked up at the sky. In the past, his cultivation opponents had been humans, and it had been said that he was fighting against the heavens for his own life. But now his opponent was a universe that was like a monster that occupied everyone's heads, plundering everything. This was truly a struggle against the heavens. He raised his hand and continued rolling the die. Although he could leave, he was injured and it would be too obvious if he left so quickly. The die slowly stopped at 4 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. His luck was pretty good. He had entered the time-stop space to melt the spirit seeds, but now he could also cultivate the Rushi mantra. Lu Yin was not afraid of cultivating more power, and he was only using the Rushi mantra as a way to cultivate his mental state. If his cultivation progressed too quickly, then his mental state would not be able to keep up. This was also why he had not thought of a way to break through the sequence laws. Only by completely stabilizing his mental state would Lu Yin consider breaking through the sequence laws. That day had been very long, but the appearance of the Rushi mantra had shortened the process. It was time to consider his own sequence laws. The cultivators of the Tianyuan universe did not cultivate a fixed sequence law. The 3 realms and 6 Daoists all broke the sequence laws, and so did Lu Yin. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin returned to reality. He continued rolling the die. 1, 2, 4. He entered the time-stop space and continued rolling. He rolled the die again and again, resting for 10 days after the 4th roll before continuing. Another month passed and Lu Yin rolled 4 pips 5 times. This was equivalent to 50 years of seclusion before he completely melted all the spirit seeds. At this moment there was still not much spirit seed liquid left in his heart, but it was much more than before. It was enough to envelop his entire body. In the past it could only wrap around 2 hands or a little more, barely cover the entire body. But now it could wrap around the entire person. It was enough for the time being. To the outside world he was injured and had been in seclusion for 4 months, so he could finally leave. Lu Yin contacted Rugua and told him to get ready while he headed to the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Lu Yin walked out of the boundless void and hovered above the arc region for a moment before leaving. This scene quickly spread to the outside world, as Lu Yin was different from the other Xianxians. His every move would affect the entire spiritualized universe, and no one knew what he would do next. In Beyond Heaven, Lan reported to Yu Xian. Lu Yin left the arc region and headed in a certain direction. Yu Xian looked in that direction. Heaven's Craftsman domain. Lu Yin's target was the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Yuya had used the Heaven's Craftsman realm's spirit threads to lure Lu Yin to the 9 firmaments universe. During the battle, the word spirit had also been activated, which meant that the Heaven's Craftsman realm was definitely involved. Ever since Lingzhou had led a group of people from the Heaven's Craftsman realm out and returned a few months ago, the atmosphere in the Heaven's Craftsman realm had not been right. Young disciples were constantly sent out and the production of spirit threads was stopped. Lingzhou personally explained the cultivation method of spirit threads to the disciples of the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Those old fellows that everyone thought had died long ago also came out and chose suitable people to help them cultivate. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they were making arrangements for their deaths. The little fatty Ling Tong had already been sent away. When news of Lu Yin leaving the arc region spread, Lingzhou immediately ordered all of the Heaven's Craftsman realm's younger generation to leave and not return without orders. When Lu Yin arrived at the Heaven's Craftsman realm, only Lingzhou and the other older powerhouses were left, as well as the ordinary cultivators who produced spirit threads. The Ling family did not have a single young disciple, regardless of whether it was a direct descendant or a side branch. The Heaven's Craftsman realm was shaken, and Lu Yin's appearance had become an unbearable burden for them. Lingzhou and the other older cultivators looked up at Lu Yin with calm expressions. They had not seen what had happened in the Northmont region, but since Lu Yin had returned, they knew that the Heaven's Craftsman realm would not be able to escape misfortune. Death was their inevitable outcome, and since they were going to die, what was there to be afraid of? Lu Yin looked down at the ground from above and saw Lingzhou as well as a few older cultivators beside him. It seems like you've been waiting for me for a long time. Lingzhou looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. What does Lu Xian want? Lu Yin scanned the Heaven's Craftsman realm. The younger generation has all run away, so you're fearless. Are you not afraid of death? The Heaven's Craftsman realm's creation of spirit threads is a great contribution to spiritualizing the universe. Does Lu Xian want to destroy the Heaven's Craftsman realm? An old man shouted with a fearless expression. He should have died long ago, as death was nothing to him. He had no chance of continuing to live. A person who should not have been alive in the first place would not be afraid of death. Lu Yin moved his finger, and the old man did not even have time to react before his body exploded and his blood splattered all over the ground. Beside him, Ling Zhou and the others stared blankly at the flowing blood as the stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. What a tyrannical Lu Xianxia. I've experienced it myself. We cannot resist your strength, so continue to attack. Let's see if the Heaven's Craftsman realm is afraid of death, an old woman said as she looked at Lu Yin with a gaze that was bone-chilling. Ling Zhou frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Xianxia, there are some things that the Heaven's Craftsman realm has no choice but to do. It is not up to us to decide. I hope that our deaths will appease Lu Xianxia's anger and that there will be no more enmity between you and the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I like to eliminate the source of trouble. How long can those people from the Heaven's Craftsman realm escape? Even if they do, as long as I'm here, the Heaven's Craftsman realm will never recover. How long can the Heaven's Craftsman realm last? Time is the most terrifying poison. Ling Zhuo's eyes narrowed. What happened in the Beishan region has nothing to do with anyone else. Everyone involved is here. Why does Lu Xianxia want to implicate the innocent? Lu Yin smiled. I like it. Ling Zhuo was speechless. Resist? Impossible. The Heaven's Craftsman realm could not even withstand a single finger from Lu Yin. Lu Yin's tyrannical aura suppressed the Heaven's Craftsman realm. As long as he wanted to, he could make this land disappear in an instant and turn the Heaven's Craftsman realm into history. At that moment, the void distorted and a figure walked out. It was Yu Xianxia. Lu Yin looked ahead and was not surprised. It would be strange if Yu Xianxia did not come. After all, the Heaven's Craftsman realm had a special status in the spiritualized universe. This was also the reason why Lu Yin could delay Yu Xianxia and allow him to go to the Royal God Mountain. Ling Zhou and the others were relieved when they saw Yu Xianxia appear. They had not been certain that Yu Xianxia would come. If it had been any other Yu Xianxia who had acted against the Heaven's Craftsman realm, the realm beyond heaven would have intervened. However, Lu Yin was a powerhouse on the same level as Yu Xianxia. No one could be certain that Yu Xianxia would not act, as the price was too high. They're just small fries being manipulated. Why bother? Yu Xianxia said calmly as he faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Yu Xianxia. They're just small fries being manipulated. Why bother protecting them? Yu Xianxia calmly replied, the Heaven's Craftsman realm cannot disappear. Spirit threads do not exist forever and need to be replaced. The spiritualized universe needs the Heaven's Craftsman realm. It has nothing to do with me. If the Heaven's Craftsman realm acts against me, I will make it disappear. This is my principle. Do you think you can destroy the Heaven's Craftsman realm in front of me? Yu Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin stared at him. I don't think you will stay in the Heaven's Craftsman realm forever. Yu Xianxia shook his head. The Heaven's Craftsman realm will pay a sufficient price. What do you want? Spirit seeds? From today onwards, all the spirit seeds obtained by the Heaven's Craftsman realm will belong to you. Below, Ling Zhou and the others heard this. They did not refute, as it was not their place to do so. They could only listen. Lu Yin laughed. Emoshang, do you really think you can use spirit seeds to buy my life? Emoshang was Yu Xianxia's name. Lu Yin did not know about it before, but he did now. No one in the spiritualized universe dared to mention this name. It was just like how Elder Yu and the others did not mention the names of the other gods of defense when they were conversing in the Zhikong domain. However, Lu Yin knew about it now, so he could mention it. He did not need to be afraid of anything, and Yu Xianxia was no exception. Lu Yin had enough spirit seeds for now. If he had more, the better. However, this was not a necessary condition. You're being too serious. The Heaven's Craftsman realm can't take your life, Yu Xianxia said. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If I didn't have some ability, you know what would have happened to me. If this can't take my life, then what right do you have to say that you saved my life when you attacked Rumumu? Yu Xianxia looked down. If a group of old fellows attacked you, then you can deal with them. Why do you have to make things difficult for the entire Heaven's Craftsman realm? This is making things difficult for me. Then let's see what these old fellows can offer me to let go of the Heaven's Craftsman realm, Lu Yin said. He then looked down. If I'm willing, the Heaven's Craftsman realm will never appear in the spiritualized universe unless I, Limitless, am gone. Lu Yin said these words in front of Yu Xianxia. He did not care at all. Ling Zhuo's heart sank. This Lu Xianxia was more resolute than he had imagined. Conditions? What conditions could the Heaven's Craftsman realm offer? Aside from spirit threads and spirit seeds, there was nothing else. At the same time, Lu Yin went to heavens beyond and headed towards a corner that led to the god-governing mountain. However, there was someone in that direction. Xianxia. When Lu Yin arrived, Xianxia opened his eyes with a helpless expression. He still came. This period of time has been too chaotic, and it's all because of Limitless. Boom. There was no unnecessary conversation, and they immediately attacked. Xianxia alone could not stop Lu Yin. Even though he had Xianxia's power level, Lu Yin was close to Xianxia's level and had even surpassed Xianxia's. However, this was heavens beyond, and even if Xianxia could not win against Lu Yin, as long as he could attack, he would be able to attract other powerhouses. Lan and the three elders who had been guarding Huamani appeared and attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. If he had enough time, he could deal with this group of people, but Xianxia could return at any time. Fortunately, he was prepared. Chapter 3674. With a point of his finger, the void in the distance shattered and many figures walked out. One of them used the power of Yin and another carried 7 swords on his back. All of them were wandering corpses. Although the wandering corpses' combat power was far from enough to participate in such a battle, they were at most at the level of sequence precepts. However, there were many of them, and there were more than 10 of them. They charged forward as if their lives depended on it. Although the wandering corpses were killed in an instant, Rugua took the opportunity to beat Xianxia back and enter the royal god mountain. Looking at the broken corpses on the ground, Lan and Xianxia looked at each other. If Rugua returned to the royal god mountain, they did not know how to explain it to Xianxia. Lingzhua and the others could not think of any conditions to exchange for the safety of the Heaven's Craftsman domain. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Emoshang, how long can you protect them here? Xianxia's eyes were calm. Do you really want to destroy the Heaven's Craftsman domain? As long as I want to. Even if it will attract the star sail. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia. It will attract the star sail? Xianxia said, it will definitely attract the star sail. You should have seen the relationship between the ninth heaven universe and the spiritualized universe. Do you think the ninth heaven universe will tolerate it if the spirit thread breaks? Lu Yin had neglected this point. The ninth firmament universe needed the help of the spirit character to plunder and spiritualize the universe's spirit seed. Without it, the 7 funnels would not be able to pour the spirit seed liquid into the ninth firmament universe. How could the ninth firmament universe ignore this? It was false that the Heaven's Craftsman domain was important to the spiritualized universe, but it was true that it was important to the ninth heaven universe. The people of the Heaven's Craftsman domain could not hear these words. Only Lu Yin and Xianxia could. Lingzhua and the others went to the Beishan region to arrange the spirit thread, but they only knew that this order could not be disobeyed. Lingzhua only knew that this order came from the ninth heaven universe, but he did not know the details. If the Heaven's Craftsman domain was really destroyed, the ninth heaven universe would definitely make up for it. The star sail was the spirit thread's power. You can't even deal with Yuya and the star sail. If you really want to do it, I will not stop you, Xianxia said. Lu Yin looked at him. Isn't this what you want to see? Don't tell me you're willing to let the 9 clouds universe take over the spiritualized universe. You'll be happy if I destroy the Heaven's Craftsman domain. That way you won't offend Master Grass and you can watch the 9 clouds universe get rid of me. You can also let the spiritualized universe breathe. But if that's the case, I won't be able to escape responsibility, said Xianxia. Xianxia had protected the Heaven's Craftsman realm, which made it clear to Lu Yin that the reason Xianxia hadn't attacked him wasn't just because of Grandmaster Qing Chao. It was even possible that Xianxia had made up the excuse of Grandmaster Qing Chao. Xianxia had other reasons, which was why Xianxia didn't want Lu Yin to destroy the Heaven's Craftsman realm and bring about a crisis to the Nina Firmament's universe. Just like when he attacked Ru Mu, he also let the old salamander attack Wu Huang. Unrivaled Immortal, the 7 karmic lands, the karmic city wall, and the rectangular object that kept spreading karma. Sometimes it seemed like he had the initiative, but in reality he was always under Xianxia's control. He didn't need to do anything except stabilize the direction. But Yuya's intervention made this direction unstable. That was why Lu Yin could see things clearly. He had no choice but to protect the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Although Xianxia's scheme put Lu Yin in danger, the good thing was that Xianxia was also protecting him. If Yuya wanted to capture him, Xianxia would protect him. By the same logic, if Xianxia's scheme succeeded and he wanted to deal with Lu Yin, Yuya would protect him. Lu Yin had a lot to think about. He suddenly realized that Yuya might not be an enemy. Xianxia didn't know that Lu Yin was thinking so much. He was even thinking about the Ling cosmos and the primordial genesis. Although Lu Yin was young, he had experienced a lot, especially when fate had plotted against his future daughter through the river of time. He could think of many scenarios, and he also had people like Wang Wen and Wei Rong by his side, so he would think more about such situations. When ordinary people caught hold of the weakness of the little spirit universe, they would not have thought that it might be an illusion that the other party had released. They would not have thought that the little spirit universe itself could be fake. Cultivation was too cruel. If he didn't think more about it, he would have died long ago. Xianxia's words made Lu Yin let go of the Heaven's Craftsman realm, but not those people. Above the Heaven's Craftsman realm, Lingzhou watched the palm descend and sighed. It was over. Boom. Aside from a pale, skinny old man, Lingzhou, the old woman, and a few other old fellows were all killed by Lu Yin. No matter what the Heaven's Craftsman realm represented, it was a fact that they had helped Yuya deal with him, so there was no reason to let them go. Lingzhou and the others were all dead, and that skinny old man was the only one who had looked at Lu Yin with fear in his eyes. Thus, Lu Yin let him go and let him stay in the Heaven's Craftsman realm so that some of its inheritances wouldn't be cut off. From today onwards, all spirit seeds in the Heaven's Craftsman realm belong to Boundless. Do you have any objections? Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. Mo Shang. Xianxia left, and the deaths of those old fellows didn't affect Lu Yin at all. In any case, those old fellows had pretended to be dead and only Lingzhou had shown up. Now it was just a different old fellow, so it didn't matter. The Heaven's Craftsman realm could still produce spirit threads as usual, and that was enough. Lu Yin also left, but before he left, he looked back at the skinny old man. The skinny old man slowly bowed under Lu Yin's gaze. Ling Gui sends Lu Xianxia off. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and left. Ling Gui only relaxed when Lu Yin disappeared. It was over. He looked around and the smell of blood turned the air red. Was he afraid of death? Of course he was. He hadn't reached the end of his life yet, and he was different from the old fellows around him. As for his cultivation, he couldn't compare to Lingzhou's and was only at the Grandmaster level in the Heaven's Craftsman realm. However, it was enough to ensure that he could continue producing spirit threads. Even if the Heaven's Craftsman realm had lost its spirit seeds forever, it didn't need any in the first place. It was time for those little fellows to come back. He looked at the distant sky again. No one in the Heaven's Craftsman realm could ever reach Lu Xianxia's level. On the other side, Xianxia returned to Beyond Heaven. As soon as he returned, he found out that Ruyu had gone to God's Rain Mountain, and his expression turned ugly. Just as Ruyu had said, he didn't want the Ru family to be saved. That would increase the chances of Yuya being stripped of his god of defense, even if the chances weren't high to begin with. Bone grafters. Xianxia looked at the corpses on the ground with a gloomy expression. Bone grafters. Lam was puzzled. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. It was Eternal again. What was this Eternal trying to do? He knew about the bone grafters a long time ago. Previously, when the spiritualized universe and the Eternals had joined forces to deal with the Above Heaven sect, Eternal had said that he was a bone grafter. His talent was enough to ensure that the Eternals had an endless supply of experts. That was why he hadn't mobilized more experts from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. One bone boat was enough. Now he didn't expect the bone grafters to attack the sky beyond heaven. Previously they had saved the old salamander and joined forces with Yuya. Then they were discovered to have joined forces with their old enemy, Lu Yin. Now they had joined forces with Ruyu again. Why was this Eternal joining forces with others everywhere? Xianxia couldn't understand what he was trying to do. My lord, it's our fault that Ruguo returned to the god-governing mountain. Please punish us, Lan apologized. Xianxia waved his hand. It's normal for the bone grafters to intervene. If the bone grafters couldn't help Ruguo return to the god-governing mountain, they wouldn't be able to stop the Eternals. Now that Ruguo had returned, Yuya would be punished for the previous incident and couldn't come out for the time being. Ruguo would definitely be able to save the Ru family. Once Ruguo was rescued, he wouldn't stay in the god-governing mountain and would most likely return to the ninth heaven universe. What was the point of the Eternals helping him? Right, the enemy that the ninth spirit had been looking for was related to the Eternals. Could it be that the Eternals wanted to set up the ninth heaven universe? Did he have the guts? In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy was useless. The ninth heaven universe was on a completely different level from their three universes. At the god-governing mountain, Ruguo rescued Ru Mu and the others and killed the cultivators who helped Yuya besiege the Ru family. Unfortunately, he ran away. Ruguo took the living dead, Ru Mu, and the others to the ninth heaven universe. Looking back, the god-governing mountain would no longer belong to the Ru family. The status that the Rushi scripture had exchanged for would eventually be lost. Without power, any status was useless. He wanted to return to the ninth heaven universe and put down his desire for the position of inferior god. He wanted to focus on cultivation and reach the third tier of the Rushi scripture as soon as possible. The position of inferior god was inescapable. Luin, I will do what I promised you. I will leave you away out of the ninth heaven universe. I hope we can meet again in the ninth heaven universe one day. Yuya wanted to train Ruguo to have helpers after he became a superior god. In the eyes of the ninth heaven universe, there was no essential difference between the spiritualized universes and the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia could be bestowed the title of inferior god, and so could Lu Yin. This time he had saved Ru Mu and the others. His escape route had been completed and he had made up for the state of mind of the Sutra of Truth. He would definitely be able to cultivate to the third level and become the god of defense. When that time came, he would also need help. Lu Yin was the best help. This person was targeted by Yuya and was an enemy. He was also an enemy of Yuya and Xianxia. They were on the same side. Don't disappoint yourself. At the same time, when Lu Yin returned to the boundless universe, Sky Beyond sent out an order to set off on an expedition to the consciousness universe. 7 huge battleships headed for the border. Along the way, countless people sent them off. Some were envious, some were hopeful, some were nervous, and some were excited. The war between the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universe had lasted for too long. Speaking of which, the consciousness universe was completely passive and was no match for the spiritualized universes. But even now, the consciousness universe had not been reactivated. Generations of relatives, friends, and comrades had died in the consciousness universe. Even though it was the spiritualized universes that started the war, the hatred still spread. Many of them hoped to destroy the consciousness universe. As for reactivating it, it had little to do with them. Only those who had passed the bitter tribulation could use the rebooted universe to reach the eternal realm. As for the others, even if they were primordial realm powerhouses, it was meaningless.